Morning. Hmm. Yeah. Saying Nick, 62 months. Let's go, bud. That'll wake you up in the morning. Thank you for that, to Pope. Son bitch. Morning, to Pope. I got everything up and running. Jeez. Doing a whole bounce at once here. Back from voting. I didn't even realize that there was a vote yesterday. Was it a few governors and such? Most important thing on my docket yesterday was Avalanche versus the Lightning, which I couldn't watch because it was on TNT and HBO. Like, okay. I only have ESPN. Shut up, Shred. I was listening to it in bed last night, and I fell asleep at the first intermission, and I was thinking to myself, well, here we go into the second period where we suck ass every time. And I woke up halfway through the second, or I think it was halfway. I don't really know. And we were losing 3-1. I was like, that's about right. That's about right. And then I went back to sleep at the end of the second. And I woke up at 3 a.m. to check my phone. And my brain was teasing me a little bit. My gut was like, there's no chance you came back against Colorado and beat them at home. Not a chance. But then I was like halfway dreaming. It was like, oh, we won 4-3. So then I'm like, son of a bitch, I got to check my phone. We lost 3-2. So. And Tampa still hasn't scored. We have the 5th worst power play in the NHL. 5th worst. Last year we were number 1 or 2. Like, how do you go to shit that fast? We're not even clicking yet. No, I didn't get to watch the game because I didn't have whatever vehicle it was on. I had to listen to it on my phone. I was so pissed. Panthers broke me. Panthers didn't break shit. Listen, I'm very aware of where my team is at. We are on the back end of greatness. We have already achieved our greatness, and we are on the back end of it. We are on the death throes of what will turn into, no doubt, one of the most terrible teams ever to be put on the ice, if and when that time comes, when we go into the rebuilding stage. Right now, there's still a glimmer of hope that we might make it out of the first round of playoffs eventually. But until that hope is dashed, we don't need to talk about what the next, what the future looks like in 5 years. We don't need to talk about that part. Yeah, Imperial, that's about right. Correct. Talking about different routes, rebates, and such. Guardian, what's Guardian? Talk to me, Cosmo. You don't know the maybe legal, maybe not streams. I do know, but I was in bed. I didn't want to get up and go to a TV or a computer for that matter, unless you have some that I can watch from my phone. I've always tried the gray area streams from my phone and they never work. Cosmo, I need a link. This sounds interesting to me. Just root for the Why? The Hurricanes. They're in my division. Why would I root for them? The main platform is DOS. Oh, well, that's a problem. Brave browser. Cosmo does. So Guardian uses DOS. So you have to connect it to an actual, so they're not a broker. Chicka Bow Wow. Good morning. Luke Hogg gifting 5. What the hell, Luke? You making money this morning already without me? You can thank APPS. You were in. Oh. Let's go, Luke. Let's go, bud. So you're actually in this with real position? All right. Should be an interesting day today. A lot of us riding on the old market. This is the bounce area. Like, it's got to hold up here. It's got to hold up here. You got previous resistance acting as support. You got your overall trend line here. Like, this is the spot where we first time bounce. If we break this, I don't know. It could kind of get a little sloppy, I guess. I mean, it was sloppy here, so maybe we tease this area, but we'll see. This is a big area today. 5-minute break. Be back for the open. Dick Novon maybe goes up again at open. Well, stare at it hard enough, it might. Let's get it. Maybe play on APPS here. An AI. Open up. $65, $67. Nope. 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 Gotta love it. You know, first trade of the day, you feel good about it, and you double your position, and nope. Got within one damn penny. 6788, Roger. Dick still got a potential of like red to green. That was too hot yesterday to ignore. Tiva juicing. Director Expert sent you a few things. Get a few hours. I appreciate it, Cosmo. Tiva's juicing. Waiting for a pullback on that. An alert if this comes back up. Dick crossing that 44 here. See if we can get that into the DUI break, maybe. Apps coming back up. Tiva's juiced. Wanted that to go. Still watching this apps. It should have broken down here and it didn't. 54. It's another try for it. Volume, but match with equal sellers. It's a 5-minute cook. It just needs to cook a little longer, I think. Should just be patient and wait for the 767 break. Yeah, it's gonna be a so many sellers here. Yeah. More cook, no doubt. Just gonna take it off. Deck really tight. 1 minute here. It's 42. There's a hidden buyer at 440. Tiva, cuck and go. 45. CODX, roger that. Jesse's work.
CODX.
Get 11. Give you 10 for fees. And Luke. Okay. Guys are something, I swear. 0.42. I fucking hate you. I love it. I freaking love it. Jesse's World. Luke Kong. 11.525. 10 each at 0.414. A lot of volume here. Oh, we're gonna get the break.
CODX.
Who was this? Nay, nay. Oh my gosh, dude. Oh my gosh, this thing's so heavy. CODX, hang on. Let me get it.
Bull.
5. Giving you a 10. For 3. We got Nay Nay TV 11.525 10 at 0.423. Now we got Bull. Oh, we're gonna get one of these, huh? Love it. Love it, Luke. Getting some real stocks here. Kong. Looks like I'm gonna go bigger price stocks. See if anybody follows that shit. That's what he's doing. I know the play. No one's ever following the $10. They'll follow 20. Oh, I missed apps. I missed it. Gosh. All right, you got one at 950. 970. All right. ETF me in the ass viewer fund or retirement fund just made me miss out on like $800. So Decked is getting there, boys. Slowly creeping with buyers. We're gonna have to watch that as it gets closer to 5. Beta as well moving up. This is yesterday's IPO. 5-minute here. 36 broken hold. Something to watch. NVIDIA. Yeah, fighting with it. LNAI, today's runner. All right, give it 4. You're in. You're in, Captain Burrito Pants. 11, 5, 25. You got 4 at 121. We have the most diverse portfolio in all of the interwebs, no doubt. Hymns. Or what this upper Bollinger Band's going to do here. That's why I'm a little hesitant to... Okay, just straight. Look at this market order. Hey, this is a market order, E-turd. It's halting. Please fill me. Just one. One for the one time. I got 2,000 shares. Okay. Shut up, Soils. I see that. Diverse piles of poop. Yeah, probably. I don't know if you guys have these. I'm sure you do. These tweaker bottles that you get at the gas station. I don't know if they're as bad or better for you than 5-hour energy, but they hit way harder. And my gas station sells them for 99 cents rather than like $3.70 for a 5-hour energy. Yeah, well, I mean, what does it say that it's in it? I can't see. It's too dark in here. Obviously, caffeine, ginseng, evodamine fruit extract. Bunch of words I don't know. It's like green tea, herba mate leaf extract, yohimbe bark extract. I don't know what this shit is. Hydroxy L, tryptophan. I don't know. Meth, yeah. They definitely hit, though. Definitely hit. Tryptophan. I don't know. Is this quoting 550? Oh, hell yeah. Won't get a COVID shot. We'll drink 99% poison from a truck stop. Yeah. Jeez, that's a no-brainer. Apps. W here over 791. The one thing I've always been wanting to try, but not wanting to because I don't want to die, are like the pill stuff that you see at the gas stations. I'm like, what's in that stuff? Like, I don't do drugs and I've never done drugs. But those pills at the gas station call my name, I feel like. Like the ones that are the color of like a bumblebee or whatever. This is how it starts. Apps with a W. When does this open? 5502. Oh, we got a minute. Back playing Pee Wee football, we would drink a cola and take a yellow jacket pill. We thought we were unstoppable. You've taken the yellow jacket? Is it straight just caffeine to your brain? $5.55. Thank you, Vega. This apps looks really good. You got a 1 minute cuck here that did nothing. You got basically a flat top now with maybe a W entry if you want it. 791 break seems to be the level. This is prime for a cock here and pop through high day and probably 8. All right, we got like 20 seconds here. Here we go. It might be a 10-minute halt. Yep, 10-minute halt. All right. Not really a fan of that because that's gonna. I think we have 10 a.m. news. Hello. Apps. Now I have time to play apps though. Yep. SJ John wants you to see apps. Huh? I've been playing app. I've been talking about apps. Salt Life, turn on the stream. It's the sole reason why I'm red today. And then the ETF me in the ass viewer fund and retirement fund made me miss the breakout level. There, I played it. Got exactly what I was talking about. Got 810. Somehow it. Wait, it didn't break 8. What are we talking about here? It's exactly what I called. And it did a cuck and go. Is it going to 10? I don't know why it's up today. E-Trade's not showing me the news. 33%, geez. We literally told you to avoid the opening candle. What are we talking about here? You loaded the boat into the ER? You're freaking crazy. 540 coming down? Don't tell me that. Him's getting the juice. Gotta love it. 10-minute help and it starts moving down. 540, 538. Oh, great. Keep coming down. Keep coming down. God, I swear. Got 1 minute on this. The nice thing, though, if it opens lower, I mean slightly lower, then you're going to probably get buyers for the break of yesterday's high. And this was really strong yesterday and the day before. So a breakthrough yesterday's high, everybody's going to be thinking, is there... Hello. So it can get legs. We'll see, though. 532. Oh, yeah. Keep coming down because that makes sense. It's freaking bullshit, man. 30 seconds. 528. Yep. The bullshit's starting to tickle in here a little bit. I'm getting dicked by Dick. 525. Shut up. Oh, God. I can't trust any of you now. 532. Unbelievable. All right. Well, here we go. I guess we're going to open, right? 30, 40. Dip and rip. Spreads. It's going to hold down, isn't it? False halt. False halt for me. This is some weird volume. Really weird volume. I don't know what I'm waiting for on this. Expires at 5. Come on, give us a curl here. It's walking down. I'm not a huge fan of that. 508 would be the 1 minute. They know that. Well, I was robbed. Really great trade. Hmm. 20-cent spread. Use my sell the ask button. Yeah, I know, right? I really want to see that yesterday's high break, which I think juices this thing. I sell some, it goes higher. Every freaking time. All right, high day is 40. Probably break it here, or test it at least. All right, close enough. Yep. Do it. Do it. I only got half size. You can do it now. I'm not going to make a lot of money. $0.20 spread. What is this? Beta, 5 minutes, looking decent. FGL, you're going to make me miss this trade. All right, I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. $5. Hey, calculate. I'll give you 10. Limit. Dick went! Dick went! Son of a bitch! Soon as I switch over. Mother. Gosh, I knew it. Should have waited 5 freaking seconds. Boom! Luke, 11, 25, 5, 10 at 0.474. $5.70. Freaking knew it. Okay. It's 2 big trades I've missed today because of the viewer funded retirement fund. See what you all are trying to do to me. Random question: do you find streaming with chat help you with your trading probability? Not sure how you mean that. Am I distracted? Sure. Do I sometimes get trades that others call out that I would not have watched? Yes. So it's probably... I don't know. It's probably a wash. I don't know. Actually, probably not. Probably not a wash. I mean, I'm literally getting scare clowns, gophers, and air horns in my ear 24/7 while I trade. You do the math. Do you think that's beneficial to one's trading? Yeah. And my chat's not the typical follow the leader kind of chat. They literally take the opposite side of the trade. So it's even harder for me. I'm probably the best trader in the world, and I don't even know it. Who else can have fat stack gains on the year when you have people, hundreds of thousands of people actively trading against you? %, you'd pass T12. IRWD, FDA approval. Chen is retired and now issue started an ETF, so Chen can retire him as well. That's how good Chen is. Yeah, it's not working out too well right now. What are we running? A negative 350 in the account? Whoa, SLDP coming up out of nowhere here. Big Harry on the docket. Potential homer here. 40% move out of nowhere. Whoa, this is... Tiva coming up some levels. I want the SJ ETF by NVIDIA at 200. Yeah, that seems like a solid play, honestly. 9 EMA if you can get it. It's almost filled the gap. Oh, wait, no, there was no gap. So here's DTCK at yesterday's high. I'm going to use that as support. Great entry, E-turd. If it plays around here, fine, but I'm going to see if this level can hold. I don't like the freaking 30,000 share seller there, but let's see if it gets eaten up. Okay, half of it gone already. Might add on this if we get down to the 30s one time. Beta 5-minute. Gray muff. I did not know this was live. Jeez, I didn't know we could listen to this. Absolutely want to play this.
Tools, including Article 1 tools, like, for example, the power to regulate foreign commerce. And I want to make a very important distinction here. We don't contend that what's being exercised here is the power to tax. It's the power to regulate foreign commerce. These are regulatory tariffs.
This is the Supreme Court arguments.
Tariffs. The fact that they raise revenue is only incidental. The tariffs would be most effective
on tariffs.
If no person ever paid them. If they achieve their goals.
So basically, when you're listening to this stuff, you want to hear what the Supreme Court justices act and get their,
which surprises me a little because
which way they're kind of leaning.
Went out of its way to say that it was issuing a very narrow decision that pretty much expected to apply only in this case. Just a few quotes. It said, decisions in this area have been rare, episodic, and afford little precedential value for subsequent cases. Again, we lay down no general guidelines covering other situations not involved here and confine the opinion only to the very questions necessary to decision of this case. And it ended the opinion. It said, finally, we re-emphasize the narrowness of our decision. Now,
Big buyer stepping in here today on this
An issue
dick.
in Dames and Moore was a different provision of IEPA, not at issue here, and certainly did not concern tariffs. So I don't quite understand how you can get as much out of Dames and Moore as you're trying to get.
Maybe I could put it this way. You don't dispute that Dames and Moore is, as you stated, narrow opinion. However, it addressed certain principles that we think are equally applicable here. For example, the interpretive principle. Dames and Moore held it was the power to nullify and void, not the power to regulate, but it's in the very same sentence, in the very same statute, and the court quoted the First Circuit opinion and said, look, this is sweeping and unqualified language, which it didn't disagree with. And then it said, this particular provision where Congress has given these broad...
Buyers just keep stepping up on this thing.
So are nullify, so are void, so are frankly all the other verbs there in the language in IEPA. The way the court thought about it is we are looking at this through the lens of Justice Jackson's opinion in Youngstown, and the court held specifically that these verbs place the president in Youngstown's Zone 1. The court held that
like I said with the Supreme Court, it sounds like the commentaries on TV think that even if the tariffs get viewed null and void, that there's other routes to re-implement the tariffs that the administration will take. But that means we probably still can get a short-term trade out of it. China stocks go up or down based off of any decision coming out of this, even if it's short-term.
But I don't see how a quota is equivalent to revenue raising. A quota sets a limit
So that's the
to what
trade.
you can import in, but it doesn't generate revenue. I don't understand this argument, that it's equivalent, or that foreign powers
Sotomayor?
in an emergency can do away with the major questions doctrine. Didn't we in the Biden case recently say an emergency can't make clear what's ambiguous?
As to that point, I believe the court has never applied the major questions doctrine in the foreign policy context.
But we
That's the
have,
emergency context, not the foreign policy
counsel,
context.
we have never applied it to foreign affairs, but this is a tariff. This is a tax.
It is a, if I may, it's a foreign-facing regulation of foreign commerce. That's a regulatory tariff
Commerce,
distinct from a
everything.
tax.
So Biden could have declared a national emergency and global warming and then gotten his student forgiveness to not be a major questions doctrine?
I don't think he could have gotten student loan forgiveness.
Tiva,
It's
breakout levels here.
Foreign-facing. We need
Look at the
all
buyers.
these
Anytime the
things
ask comes down.
to face to tax fossil fuel or to do something else. That's all Biden would have had to do with any of his programs.
Here's high day.
Let me put it this way. If I
Broke.
Just declare some foreign-facing purpose.
If I may, maybe I can articulate it this way. The power to impose tariffs is a core application of the power to regulate foreign commerce, which is what the phrase regulate importation in IEPA naturally invokes. Not the power to tax.
Oof, gosh.
Why it is that when Congress
All right.
intended
Well, we got out in time with that
to
one.
permit
Tiva.
the president to regulate by imposing tariffs, it's always used tariff and regulate.
2429,
I have
2424.
about 16 laws in the past that when Congress intended regulate to mean taxing, that it used taxes simultaneously. But it didn't here.
Respectfully,
I'm
this
giving
court
this
came
like
to the opposite
2
conclusion, if I may,
cents.
in Algonquin.
Either it goes
where the
immediately or
phrase
done.
not impose
Well, but
duties
that was, we did something in Algonquin, it was in the duties section, unlike here.
Something like that.
It was
2424 break.
paired with questions about decreasing tariffs and increasing tariffs.
Whoa.
So it's a very different statute than
So
the one
it broke.
at issue here.
But the governing language, admittedly, the references to duties in Section 232A, 232C does not refer to them, and the court didn't refer to 232A at all, or the phrases duties or tariffs as analysis. What it held was the phrase adjust imports, which includes a verb that's narrower.
But it
verb
was in the
regulate here
context,
naturally encompasses.
it was in context of activities that had to do with raising and lowering duties. Here, the verbs that accompany regulate have nothing to do with raising revenues in the form of taxes.
And counsel, Algonquin wasn't a textualist opinion. Do you agree with that? In other words, the analysis that the court was using there was really keyed to the legislative history of that statute, and it wasn't as though we were doing an interpretation of the word
I think it's
adjust.
going to come up.
I disagree with that. I think
I disagree.
First, it talks about plain meaning, then it talks about statutory context. Then it goes on to legislative
I mean,
history.
you know
So
where
it's
some
all
of the
three
justices
those.
probably
And the
land,
conclusion it came to,
but the ones that you don't know
directly addressed and rejected the
will
argument that the
define
Circuit had accepted in that
the
case,
next day or
which is that
two
when
trades.
Congress
I don't know
wants
when this
delegate
opinion is going to get
tariff, it uses a consistently explicit and well-defined approach, which is to use these
gonna
magic
come
words,
out.
Tariff, tax, impost, and so forth.
Well, let me-
And the court
let me-
said,
the
no,
verdict or whatever you want to call it.
Congress is not bound to use that particular
But it's going to be quick,
formulation when
and
it-
it's going to be a
once
trade
it
for
confers
sure.
power.
Let me ask you about the premise
So I
of
have
your
Benzinga.
argument, which you sort of started at the beginning saying that one would expect for Congress to give the president a broad leeway in this kind of foreign affairs
You
context.
can't hear?
And I guess I'm wondering whether you also don't have to contend with the actual purpose of IEPA in making this argument, because
Dick,
as I
come back
understand
up.
it, that the IEPA was
America
designed and intended to limit presidential authority.
is $67
that,
trillion.
Congress was concerned about how presidents had been using the authority under the predecessor's statute, TWIA, and it's pretty clear
Tiva
that
is still
Congress
cranked
was
here.
trying to constrain the emergency powers of the president in IEPA.
It
So it seems a
should.
little inconsistent to say that we have to interpret a statute that was designed to constrain presidential authority, consistent with an understanding that Congress wanted the president to have essentially unlimited authority.
I disagree with that because what Congress actually did as...
What part do you disagree with? I'm sorry.
Well, I disagree with the notion that they were trying to constrain the breadth of the actions the president may take when it comes to this particularly narrow domain, which is...
Bank of
various
America
regulations
says
of
fast.
MacD needs to
I
flip on
disagree
this.
with that. I mean,
Ultra-high
the
net
history is
worth
what it
segment.
is.
Because they
and-
made a series of changes to IEPA
Yes.
that relate to the triggering conditions, so to speak, and the procedures that apply, but they did not change the language. And
Right, but what was the intent of Congress in changing the language? Wasn't it to constrain presidential authority in this area?
To constrain it in the triggering conditions and the procedures that apply in this
So those are the triggering
context.
triggering conditions and procedures that apply are a means to constrain. That is how they went around about constraining. But my point is that Congress enacted this legislation with the intent of preventing the president from having unlimited powers in this area, and you're asking us to now interpret that statute consistent with an understanding that Congress wanted to allow the president to do pretty much whatever he wanted in this
Come
area.
on,
Congress
don't do
took
this
the
to me.
language from TWIA and enacted the very same language, and most importantly here, the very same phrase, regulate importation, in IEPA. And therefore, the natural inference is Congress did not intend to change the scope of authority, the powers, the tools the president can exercise.
Did any
to address
president
foreign
under
emergencies.
TWIA use that language to impose tariffs?
Well, yes, President Nixon's 1971
Not a tariff.
visibly
That wasn't a tariff. It was a licensing agreement during wartime. It was a specific thing. A tariff I'm talking about.
I'm referring to President Nixon's 1971
Oh,
tariffs.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Yes, I thought you meant Lincoln.
Not only that, but then it was upheld by the Court of Appeals with exclusive jurisdiction under this very phrase.
Can I back you up just a
regulate
second? I'm sorry. You're talking so quickly.
Sorry.
President Nixon did not rely on
Damn
TWIA
it.
initially to impose the tariffs. Is
don't-
that correct? I understood that was just a litigating position that he took once it was challenged. That was not his initial.
I'm in a
I wouldn't
cuck.
put it that way because he
We
has
read
a
on the
broad
day,
invocation,
$200
I'm
bucks.
invoking all
Yep.
range of statutes, something like that, in Proclamation 4074. And I think the understanding is he didn't want to kind of spook our allies by invoking the Trading with the Enemies Act by specifically invoking it, but in litigation it was defended on that ground. So the Department of Justice defended it as an exercise of TWIA and did so successfully.
What's the significance of the
Let's go fill
Nixon
the ass.
example and precedent here? Because I think figuring that out is real important to deciding this case correctly. So,
Well, there's one obvious, very powerful takeaway from it, which is that this very two-word phrase, regulate importation, that we say it carries with it the authority to tariff, impose regulatory tariffs at the border, forward-facing tariffs at the border, and we say that's a core application of the phrase regulate importation, had been interpreted 2 years before Congress reenacted.
What is this gap?
In IEPA had been interpreted.
Oh my
to carry
gosh.
with it the authority to impose tariffs. So this court said in Algonquin, for example, with respect to
well,
President Nixon's.
just back on the Nixon, what was the scope of the Nixon tariffs?
10%, he imposed a 10% tariff kind of across the board to all our major trading partners to address a balance of payments deficit, where he was trying to bring all the major industrial nations
I'm getting dicked
to
here.
the negotiating table, which he successfully
30-cent
did
spread.
for the imposition of the tariffs. And they
Fan-damn-tastic.
negotiated a agreement in about 5 months, after which he lifted the tariff. So the tariff there was used as here, in part as leverage to get our trading partners to the negotiating table, and it was subsequently upheld by the Federal Circuit, the CCPA, its Federal Circuit's predecessor that had exclusive jurisdiction over that question, to include the power to tariff.
Watch Tiva,
And
big
2
dip
years
in
later,
rip
Congress
potential.
took that same phrase and enacted it in IEPA after carefully studying the problem of presidential emergency powers and being
Yeah, I
deeply
love that I
concerned
got filled
about,
at high a day here.
excessive or abusive exercise of
On a
that power. So
market
that
order with a
whole-
25-cent
that whole sort of
spread.
process gives sort of strong sort of confirmation that this phrase regulated importation carries with it the power to tariff. Now, of course, that's not our leading argument. Our lead argument on interpretation is there's a pedigree, historical pedigree of regulating imports specifically, where the power to tariff is just the sort of a core application of that, a quintessential exercise of that power. That goes back to Gibbons against Ogden and Justice Story's treatise and runs all the way through cases like McGoldrick and Board of Trustees of Illinois.
Sauer, can I just ask you a question? Can you point to any other place in the code or any other time in history where that phrase, together, regulate importation, has been used to confer tariff-imposing authority?
Well, as to regulate importation, that was held in TWIA. So obviously, and that's...
Okay, so an intermediate appellate court held it in TWIA, but you just told Justice Kavanaugh that wasn't your lead argument, that your lead argument was this long history of the phrase regulate importation being understood to include tariff authority. So my question is, has there ever been another instance in which a statute has used that language to confer the power?
Well,
putting aside Yoshida.
I mean, obviously, other statutory
Ben,
examples
Zinger Market
just
Update,
imports. The
S&P
cases we
futures
rely on are
up
cases where, for example, in Gibbons,
19.75,
Ogden,
Dow
and
futures
Justice
up
Story's
But that
treatise.
just shows the
Nasdaq
word
is
can
up
be used that
100.
way. None of those cases
Crude is
talked
down
about it
41
as
cents at
conferring tariff authority.
$60.15. Natural gas is
I
down 3
understood you to be
cents at
citing McGoldrick and
$4.32.
Gibbons and those
Gold
cases
is
just
up
to show that it's
18.50 at
possible to say that
39.79.30.
regulating
Bitcoin
commerce
futures up
includes the
26.90
power to tariff.
at 103,000.
Beta got the move. Real nice there that we were talking about.
Could you just answer the
Coming up,
Justice's question?
natural gas storage.
Can
Stuck
you
in this
identify any
shitter right
statute
now.
that use that phrase to confer tariff?
Yeah, the only 2 statutes I can identify now are TWIA, as interpreted in Yoshida, and then closely related, not regulate importation, but adjust
Question coming up
imports
at
in
10:30.
section,
Crude and gasoline
1232.
inventories.
Well, I think adjust imports is differently. So the answer is the contested application in TWIA,
my
and
gosh.
then now in
Crude a
IEPA.
draw of
And then, of course,
2.5
I mean,
million
those are
expected.
sort of
Gasoline a
direct
draw of
line there.
1.5
Yeah,
million.
I understand that.
Beta, really nice move there. Hopefully you guys nailed that, or someone did.
So there's this long historical pedigree of broad delegations of the foreign commerce power, not the power to tax that we're not asserting here, delegations of the foreign commerce power to the president, going back to Gibbons against Ogden, all the way through McGoldrick and Board of Trustees, where this court and founding era sources say the power
You
to-
wonder
the
in like
power to
10
tariff
years
is
how
not
much of
this
this is going to
natural,
be
you know,
AI.
as everyone knows, that includes...
Just ask you one other
power to
question
regulate
about
commerce.
the plain text, General Sauer. So you've referred to the other verbs in IEPA as capacious. Would you really describe them as capacious? Because to me, things like nullify and void have definite meanings. I agree with you that regulate is a broader term, but those words I think are powerful. They pack a punch, but I wouldn't describe them as capacious in the sense that they have a wide range of meanings. So can you describe what you mean by capacious?
Let me put it this way. You look at all 9 verbs together, and you're looking at a spectrum of powers from the most sort of negative, nullify, block, prohibit, void, to the most affirmative, direct, compel, and then also powers in between that are more intermediate, regulate, investigate, and so forth. So the natural common sense inference from that grammatical structure is the intention of Congress to sort of cover the waterfront.
Well,
to grant the
possible,
power all.
General, possible, except Congress did take out a whole bunch of verbs. It took out confiscate, vest, hold.
As soon as I start
use,
selling!
liquidate, sell.
V-wave.
which were in the prior statute, and
I love
and
it.
Crucially, what it doesn't have here is anything that refers to raising
I
revenue.
gotta transfer money
So
over.
It has a lot of verbs. It has a lot of actions that can be taken under this statute. It just doesn't have the one you want.
Well, I would say the notion that all these other verbs are sort of not revenue raising like block and prohibit.
Stock
I think
junk,
that
ETF.
argument is
We'll go
undivisible for
200.
2 reasons. One, of course, is that
Preview,
we don't,
transfer,
we're not saying
confirm.
it confers
Bada
a
bing, bada
revenue-raising
boom.
power. We're saying it confers
Now
a
we can buy
regulatory
it.
power, and and that's a crucial distinction.
Got it.
Also,
Yes, but if I can just stop you there, regulatory power, I mean, yes, it says regulate.
Jesse's
but
world.
pointing out Justice Barrett's question, is there
11,
any
5,
place that you can find
25,
in the entire code
1
where regulate
at
used just as regulate
9.75. Jesse's like, I'll play that $10 game.
we
I'll
don't
play that
assert
$10
we say it
game.
includes tariffing power when it's combined with importation. And
Yeah,
that's
no
just
one's
also
copying
natural.
that, are they,
The
Jesse?
natural understanding of regulate,
Yeah, right.
even though in fact we can regulate through taxes.
They ate a nice
when
move,
the
man.
code uses regulate, we don't typically understand it to refer to duties or taxes or tariffs or anything of the kind. And then if you look at the flip side of this, and you look at all the tariff statutes that Congress has passed, I mean, they use language about revenue raising, tariffs and duties and taxes. All the language that does not appear in the statute you rely on.
Start with the sort of grammatical structure of the statute, then refer to the other statutes. Regulate importation. You put those two words in combination. That's the inference from that is, the founders discussed with this sort of like, as everyone knows attitude, regulate importation. The most,
Oh,
the
this is
most
coming down
natural
now.
applications
Gotta
of
love
that
it. 5-minute
is the power of
cuck.
tariff. So when Congress
You coming in?
confers the power to regulate
Or you want
imports,
this. They want
it is
this.
naturally
They want to fill this, and then they
the
rep.
power to tariff, which it has delegated to the executive branch, again and again and again. Going
I'm
back
sorry,
to the
Counsel,
origins.
it doesn't say regulate tariffs, it says regulate importations and exportations. You agree that they can't put taxes on exportations
From the states, yeah, we
constitutionally,
agree with that, yes.
all right? So why should we think that it's natural then to think that regulate importation includes taxing importations?
Because that is
It's
how.
in the conjunctive, importations and exportations. If they can't do it with respect to exportations,
Do it.
why are we permitting them to do it with respect to importations?
Because as this court has recognized, going back to Gibbons against Ogden and going through McGoldrick and Board of
We're
Trustees,
going,
the phrase, when you're
Yeah,
regulating
Beta,
imports,
still nice.
tariffing is a core application of that. So in other words, if you're saying go regulate trading and securities,
Typing.
why is
come with a
it that
tariffing
Congress,
connotation.
why is it that Congress has always used
What typing?
regulate and tax together in the code?
Is it Chuck you're
Are you
hearing?
telling
Type
us that
maybe?
with respect to its use of regulate in other statutes, the taxing reference is superfluous? They didn't need to
His
do
mic
that.
was live for a second there.
I'm not sure what other statutes use regulate and tax together, but this statute has a specific historical pedigree going back to its enactment during World War I in 1917, where the phrase regulate importation is evoking an inherent power to tariff that became established in the 19th century in cases like Hamilton against Dillon and so forth. That history is
Accrued a
Professor
build
Bonsai's
of
Meekes.
5.202 million versus a draw
Some
of
time ago, you
2.5 million.
dismissed the applicability
Gasoline,
of the
a
major
draw of
questions doctrine, and
4.729 million versus a draw of
want you to explain
1.5
that
million.
a little bit more. I mean, it
expected.
seems that it might be directly applicable. You have a claim source, an IEPA, that had never
Crude
before been
dipping
used to justify
briefly.
tariffs.
Watch
Now
the
bouncing
data.
back.
No one has
Still looking
argued
good
that
here.
it
Down
does,
about,
until
40
this-
cents
This particular
following the
case.
I don't like the
10:30
Mac
data.
crossing
Tariffs and
down.
other provisions, but not here, and yet, and correct me on this if I'm not right about it, the justification is being used for a power to impose tariffs on any product from any country in any amount for any length of time. That seems like, I'm not suggesting it's not there, but it does seem like that's major authority, and the basis for the claim seems to be a misfit. So why doesn't it apply again?
Well, we agree that it's a major power, but it's in the context of a statute that is explicitly conferring major powers, that the point of the statute is to confer major powers to address major questions, which are emergency.
Did I hold
So
my
it would be
ETH? No, I
unusual to look at
sold.
the statute and say,
I had
we're
a
gonna
low a
find major
day
power here.
Well, but
stop
the
loss and it
exercise of
stopped
the
me
power
out.
is to impose
And now what? Is it
tariffs,
bouncing?
right?
Probably.
And the statute
I'm such a
doesn't use the word
bitch.
tariffs.
But it uses the word regulate importation, and historically a core central application of that, a big piece of that has always been to tariff. If you had asked the founders, how do you regulate imports? They would say, of course, we tariff. That's what we do. So it'd be very unusual to say, we're giving you power to regulate importation and say, but you cannot impose regulatory tariffs. That'd be almost a contradiction. All the historical sources we cite in our brief,
I'm gonna
relate to
cock
that particular
here.
historical pedigree. And
Needs
as I
to
was
do
referring
something
to
with
earlier,
it.
there's a
That
specific
MACD is
pedigree of
not
regulated
pretty.
importation here in the specific context of the
ELWT,
presence,
a lowest
Polk and
connection
Lincoln and
IPO,
President
open that they
asserting the authority
$7.75.
to
Now
impose
it's
tariffs
$7.62,
in
down
wartime
about
that was then codified in
14% from the
and then
offering
recodified
price.
for peacetime in TWIA in 1933 and then carried over into IEPA. So there's that as well. But
That's
more
Echo
importantly,
Lima
if you look
Whiskey
at the
Tango,
conditions that members of
ELWT.
this court have identified for the major questions doctrine, there's a series of them, and we think they really do, all of them don't apply here. For example, the notion that the power is
ELWT, what'd he say?
unheralded. You referred to the fact that IEPA has never been asserted to invoke tariffs, but of course, the immediately predecessor statute, the tariffs that President Nixon imposed on that were upheld under this very language. So this, I would say this is, and it was recodified in IEPA 2 years later. So this is kind of the opposite of unheralded
CMBM
power.
going from
It's also
yesterday.
heralded because there's this
Yesterday's
long-standing
high,
delegation,
338.
a tradition of very broad delegations of the foreign commerce power going back to the founding, going back to
Well, yeah, foreign commerce part, but I mean, and I think this is a question for the other side as well. It's two-facing. Yes, of course, tariffs and dealings with foreign powers, but the vehicle is imposition of taxes on Americans, and that has always been the core power of Congress. So to have the president's foreign affairs power trump that basic power for Congress seems to me to kind of at least
Oh, don't pull back now.
neutralize.
As soon as just going up forever. Oh, SJ's in. Yeah, pull back. Pull back.
Let me say two things in response to that. First, the notion that the taxes are all borne by Americans and are not borne by foreign producers whose goods are imported is empirically, there's no basis for that in the record. It's actually
Who pays the tariffs?
Tiva breaking.
The tariff is imposed on
Stuck in another bullshit trade and watching another good trade go to waste.
Who pays them?
typically there'd be regardless of who the importer of record is, there'd be a contract that would go along.
Gosh, dude, I just put the brakes on shit, man.
Sometimes the foreign
Get back up!
producer would pay them. Sometimes the importer would bear the cost. The importer could be an American, could be a foreign company. A lot of times it's a wholly owned American subsidiary of a foreign corporation. So it gets allocated. The imperial estimates range from like 30%
my red
to 80%
candle.
of like how much is borne by American
It's
citizens.
been suggested that the tariffs are responsible for significant reduction in our deficit. I would say that's raising revenue domestically.
There certainly is an incidental and collateral effect of the tariffs that they do raise revenue.
1 minute
It's
cuck.
very important
No
that
doubt
they are
coming.
regulatory
No doubt.
Tariffs, not revenue-raising tariffs. And the way you can see this, I think, if you look at this policy is by far the most effective if nobody ever pays the tariffs. And I say two policies, right? So if you look at the trade deficit emergency, if nobody ever pays the tariffs and instead Americans direct their consumption towards American producers and stimulate the rebuilding of our hollowed-out manufacturing base, then the policy is by far the most effective. So a tariff, a regulatory tariff that...
Why not do what the statute permits? Bar importation of products altogether. That would be the most effective way to do it.
The question
You follow the statute. The statute says the president can do that. What it doesn't say is the president can raise...
And there's your cuck, of course.
What it says is he can regulate importation and go back for hundreds of years the way you regulate
quotas, causing it, subjecting some countries and not others to importation bans. There's a lot of verbs, but none of them include generating revenue.
There goes Tiva. I'm just
As a side
loving life today.
Let me address that verb point, if I may, because think about the canonical example, a statute that refers to a list of swords, knives, daggers, dirks, and pikes.
35 break.
There you look at
Come on.
that list of things. And you
Cuck
say,
and go. Do
those
it.
are all weapons, therefore a pike is a spear, not a fish in that particular context. Now look at this list of verbs.
Look at
block,
Tiva.
prohibit,
Look at freaking Tiva.
direct,
Look at freaking
and so
Tiva.
forth. You don't look at that naturally as
Piece
an
of
ordinary
junk.
reader and say, oh, look, they're all not revenue raising. What you say is they're all very broad, powerful, actions that you can take.
The verbs that are in the statute are actually doing something. I mean, they're in the statute for a reason, and as I understand it, Congress actually explained to us in its Senate report and House report when it enacted the 1941 amendments to TWIA, what it was doing. It said that what we are doing is authorizing the president.
Freaking put the
Senate
brakes on.
report, quote,
Put the brakes
to
on,
control
SJ's in.
or
Put the
freeze
brakes on.
property transactions where a foreign interest is involved. There's similar language about controlling, freezing control in the House report. So I appreciate that generally you can look at these words and you can imagine that they mean certain things, but here we have evidence that Congress was actually trying to do a particular thing with respect to the authority that it was presenting to the president, and that thing was not raising revenue.
on the third minute of a pullback. We really need to go here on the next one, not a cuck, which we just did.
LMND lemonade share is
No,
up
but some
about
of us care about the
25%
legislative
now at the
history.
high, following
And so
their
the
earnings
plain
report. Lima
text
Mike
of
and
the
November
statute
Delta.
has certain verbs in it. It also has regulate commerce, as you
33,
say.
right? Come on. Do it for daddy just one time for the
When I look
one
at the
time.
legislative history, it appears as though Congress was trying to give the
Beta.
president the authority
Juiced.
to,
Look at
quote,
that.
control
Another
or
great
freeze
trade that I was watching. I can't trade because I'm in this bullshit.
And in the TWIA context, that makes perfect sense because we're talking about a wartime dynamic. And what is happening is the president needs the authority to prevent trading with the enemy in the midst of a war. And that seems to be the focus of this statute.
I mean, unlimited.
So I guess I'm
Where's
concerned
the buyers?
about just sort of taking a
Where's the
particular
buyers, you
word
piece of
here and
shit?
there and saying that the general view of it might include raising
Element D
revenue.
is absolute
when in fact,
juice.
it looks as though the aim of this was really to give the president a certain kind of authority to freeze the assets of the enemy.
And let me say two things in response to that. First, as the notion that this is a revenue-raising tactic or power, it is not. We are asserting a regulatory power. It's a delegation of the power to regulate foreign commerce. The way to control imports traditionally has been to
Yep,
tariff
there's
them.
the
And you say,
dickery.
well, you can impose quotas. Well, quotas are essentially
Get me out of this
shit.
shit.
Economically equivalent to tariffs. So the question is, why would you have a quota under regulate? The tariffs are themselves regulatory. And let me turn back to the question I was getting, the response I was giving.
Could the answer
Justice
be,
to illustrate
could
that.
the answer be that in other places where Congress wants that particular form of regulation to be used, they say impose duties. They say you can tax, Mr. President. Here they don't say that.
I'd say two things in response to that. That's the very argument that this court rejected in Algonquin. That the fact that these other specific statutes do
disagree
use
with
tariffs-
To the millisecond. To the mother millisecond.
Another statute or another circumstance.
And again, not to cite Algonquin again, but obviously
Yes.
we discussed the phrase adjust imports. And they said, no, the natural way to do that is to tariff them. And it specifically said it makes no sense at all to authorize quotas, which was conceded
Dude.
that statute did authorize, but not tariffs, because those are equivalent.
But
We
it
have
said
exactly the same
adjust
position
by
here.
any means necessary, which kind of beefs up the
The
adjust.
spot of bad luck.
And
This shit
also-
happens to
and
me
this
all the
is actually-
time.
I just don't know the answer to this question, so
I-
maybe you
I
can
even
help
sold
and
the
maybe
low.
The other side can help as well.
Damn near it.
Algonquin was
Half a
very
penny.
careful to always call it a license and a licensing
Why does this shit happen to me all the time,
And the oral
man?
argument that came up too, the distinction between a tariff and a licensing
unbelievable.
fee. And I can understand how in some contexts it would be very difficult. You would press on it and you would say, well, if this license fee is raising revenue, then it actually functions as a tariff. But what is the significance of that? Because in IEPA, it also says, it refers particularly to licenses. It says you can license. And license would be a way of giving permission. That's actually the
This
language
eats
also
his
used
juice. Son of a gun,
in
dude.
the Civil War one. And
Such a bitch.
what is it, Dillon?
Hamilton against Dillon.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yes, it does.
It was a license, it was a license fee, and that's a way to grant permission that you wouldn't otherwise have to trade and import and let it through. So tell me what the distinction is between licenses and fees and if it matters.
It's hard for me to see one because what President
Be
Lincoln
up
said
$2
is,
grand on
okay,
that
we're
trade if I
allowing
would've held it.
imports from hostile foreign powers, basically rebellious Confederate states, of cotton subject to a license, but you got to pay 4 cents a pound on cotton when you do it. That's the condition. That is so nearly equivalent to a tariff that says you can bring these goods into our country, but you got to pay a ad valorem assessment on it. And so,
Horseshit, Phil.
and of course,
Horseshit, Phil.
they have in their briefs conceded that quotas apply, that licensing may apply.
And it
There is
somehow
the
broke.
language in the beginning of 1701 that talks about instruments, or other methods, instruments, licenses.
But
or
if
other
that were
methods
true,
of-
why couldn't you just call this a license? And it's also true that in the cotton example, the court said the exaction itself was not properly a tax, but a bonus required as a condition precedent for engaging in the trade. So it seems like it was a little squirrely about how it was proceeding. And if there really is no distinction, why couldn't you just call it a license here?
Very briefly, the other two cases, the Polk case and then the President McKinley case, talk about duties. So,
Oh, did I get
some
filled?
equivalence there, Mr. Chief Justice.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? anything
How do I have?
The other side is going to argue.
Where did I get filled at?
Make an argue on delegation, I believe. Would you anticipate?
Where did my shares
Give us
go?
Your understanding of the delegation argument.
Yes, Justice Thomas, I'd say a couple things in response to that.
Hello?
First of all, this court
2000.
has stated that the non-delegation doctrine does not apply with anything like the same
Where did my
force
shares go?
as
What
it
the
does
hell?
in the domestic context, in the foreign context. And that, again, to cite Dames and Moore again, Dames and Moore cites
okay, there it is.
Youngstown. In Youngstown, in footnote 2 of Justice Jackson's opinion, he goes into
A
detail
special
about
feature,
this.
yep.
He addresses Curtis Wright. He says there's a lot of broad dicta in Curtis Wright, but the holding of Curtis Wright, the ratio dissidenti, is that the domestic non-delegation doctrine does not apply with the same force in the foreign context. And then he uses that phrase, does not apply. He says the strict limitations on delegation that apply, in the internal context do not apply in the external context. And so we rely on that line of cases. And for the reasons I talked about earlier, we're talking about a situation where the president has his own inherent authority to address foreign arising emergencies, and Congress is conferring tools on him that expand his ability.
You don't want to listen
so,
to the, which I
in
find
the
this
area of
stuff
Youngstown.
fascinating. Supreme Court
A
arguments.
few times you have alluded to the history.
You
as
can
being
always
important
mute the stream and go into Discord and
the statute.
hear. I mean, they're in
and
voice chat.
also
It's
that
what it's there
this
for.
language comes from the Trading with the Enemies Act, and that has its own pedigree. Could you just sketch out this direct line that you were alluding to as a basis for interpreting the current emergency statute as you would like?
You have a W here, but
Yes,
man, the
Justice
spreads
Thomas,
suck
turning
on
back
this
to the
thing.
response I was giving to Justice Barrett earlier, there is, I think it's very well listed
Cipher
out in
coming back
President
out.
Obama's amicus brief. There is this history of presidents using a tariffing power or a tariff equivalent power, very, very close to tariffing power, in wartime to tariff trading with enemies. And that is when the Trading with the Enemy Act was enacted in 1917. It was deliberately evoking that. And when it brings in the power to regulate importation, it's essentially codifying for an inherent power the president's already recognized to have. And then in 1933, when that power is expanded to an area where he wouldn't inherently have it, the peacetime context, that codification, the meaning of that remains the same. The regulate importation language that's brought in from TWIA and then ultimately to IEPA in 1977 is carrying with it that connotation, and it's reinforced by all the cases we've cited in our brief where there's been extremely broad delegations of the power to tariff specifically and the power to regulate foreign commerce more generally, going back to the time of the founding, which ties to your question about non-delegation.
Justice Alito?
Crude now popping here. Crude is at
the court of the
16.47, down 9 cents.
CCPA said
On the
things
10:30
in Yoshida that are helpful
data.
to your position, but it also
You
said
Discord.
some other things. It said that future
Trade Exchange Live, if they
charges
say anything.
must, of course, comply with Section
Don't want to get in trouble with
122 of the
Benzinga.
Trade Act of 1974, and it said that the Trading with the Enemy Act did not authorize the president to, quote, fix rates of duty at will without regard to statutory rates prescribed by Congress. So do you think that Congress, to the
No, the
extent
spreadsheet. The
Congress
spreadsheet
had
in the top
that
left corner
decision
shows the date
relied
that I've
on-
updated
relied
it
on
from.
do
So
you
I haven't done
also
it this
rely
weekend.
on those statements?
That's one of my things to do today.
Not in the same way, because those statements are read into other provisions of TWIA that Congress did not enact.
LMND,
They may still be there in TWIA, but those are
W
limitations
is
that it wouldn't
here.
make sense to do. And I think the significance of Yoshida is at a higher level. Keep in mind that their principal position is no tariffs at all. Regulated importation just doesn't carry a connotation of the power to tariff. And we say we've got historical sources going back to Gibbons against Ogden that say the opposite. But more fundamentally, everyone knew that at the time IEPA was enacted, that regulated importation had just very visibly and very prominently been upheld to include a sweeping global tariff.
Thank you.
Mr. Sotomayor?
I'd like to go back to Justice
Jeez,
Barrett's
dude.
question on the word license.
What the
as used
hell?
in AIPA. It's not used as a verb, it's used as a noun. By the president may, under such regulations as he may prescribe, by means of instructions, licenses, or otherwise, then do what the verbs permit him to do. By license, he can nullify, void, prevent, or prohibit any acquisition, etc. So license is not being used as a verb that through licensing he can raise revenue. He can only use licenses to accomplish the verbs. So I don't understand how we can treat licensing as equivalent to revenue raising. As used
I'll
in
take it.
AIPA, the
I'll
license
take
is
it.
only to accomplish
That's what I wanted there. Got the 74 break. Start to scale out with a freaking 30-cent spread at times.
But that's the
I'll take it.
that the only
It's a nice
use of
win.
license here is
Still red
now.
probably on the day.
You can license to accomplish
$100. All right.
the powers
We're within
that
striking
gives the
range of
president.
making my day
Let me be
worthwhile.
clear, we rely on the phrase regulate importation. We're not saying that.
Can I
is-
ask,
you know,
You're not
is Beta
relying
Chug
on
done
licenses for
with? I
that
haven't had a
reason.
good trade with him in
cite
weeks.
that language
No,
that
he's not done with it all.
licenses
That
other
you're-
than
I've had a good trade.
as another layer of
He had a
practice
banger
to
earlier
This
on
is
Monday, I
my
guess.
question. You're not relying
You have to
on
understand,
license.
when the market's down like it has been the past week, really, news plays are going to be few and far between, and news plays are hot and sometimes they're not. They come, it's a ebb and flow kind of game. They're not all bangers, and you have to remember that sometimes news is bullshit. Somebody's trying to pump a stock to be exit liquidity, so it's a skill set you got to learn when you trade news. Not everything is an absolute banger. Sometimes it's pop and drop. Right now, every news play I take is a scalp because none of them are holding up. Once they start holding up, then maybe I let some runners go. And it's also the type of news. We haven't had like game shifting news yet. We did have like PZZA.
Back to the question here.
That was a nice one, but I was a little late to it.
No, she's Justice Sotomayor.
That would be 500 bits for a 600-bit stock. This isn't a freaking charity, Luke Hong. I swear you do this just to get my nips hard. All hot and bothered.
Back to Justice Thomas.
All hot and bothered here.
And if I understood your
You
answer
rule
correctly,
breaker.
it was really similar to the answer that
You
you
wang
started off
shanker.
with when you talked
Look
with
at
Justice
this.
Thomas about the
I better
major
get it in
questions
right now
doctrine, which is
because
sort of
look at
everything's
that.
different
To the
because
freaking penny.
president has
I'm
independent
losing on this already just
constitutional
because of
powers in this
fees.
area. And so that
All right, you're in,
if-
Luke.
if one
Nice,
does not
nice
think
look,
that
nice
with
look to it.
respect to
Nice look
tariffs,
to it.
if one
Spreading the
thinks that a
seed.
tariff is a taxing power,
Luke Hong.
is a regulation of foreign commerce that is really delegated
One
by the
at
Constitution
6
to
flat.
Congress.
Boom,
that
you're in.
argument does not sound so well. And in fact, when you look at J.W. Hampton, which gives rise to
Did
the
I purge walk?
non-delegation test that we usually use, J.W. Hampton
I don't think
is
anybody's.
a tariffs case.
Who is that?
And the court did not say, oh, we need some special
I feel like it
principle
has been
here,
purged.
some stricter rule because we're dealing with tariffs in which presidents are directly concerned
this do a reverse
as a matter of
split?
foreign relations.
I feel like it has
enunciated
been
the test
purged.
we use for all
If not, it definitely
non-delegations.
needs to be.
So how does that fit with your theory?
8 years later, in Curtis Wright, the court held the non-delegation doctrine for domestic affairs doesn't
Oh!
apply with the same force as it does in
But
foreign
not with
affairs.
respect to
Oh,
tariffs.
Billy,
not
who
with
is in
respect to
this?
quintessential taxing powers,
Honey
which are
Pocket
given by the Constitution to
pizza?
Congress.
I think justices of this court have recognized in their opinions that one
So
of
they
the
did a
reasons that
reverse
the
split?
non-delegation
FDA program in
doctrine
particular Lemonade LMND.
that it
The
tells
CEO
principal
currently speaking on
tests as
CNBC.
opposed
Sure
to
seeing a
punch,
bump in
Justice
activity
Thomas
new
said,
highs for
opinions
Lemonade.
We have a purge today.
did arise. Has historically been very, very comfortable with very broad
All right, we'll
delegations.
purge it.
Chicago and Southern Airlines, another case from the 1930s.
We'll purge it.
After J.W. Hampton
Did you
talked
see
about
the
being
report where
very large
CEOs aren't
delegations
seeing
of
any
foreign
returns in the
powers
form of
being
increased
very
pressure
effective.
from
And
AI
of course, this goes
implementation of
back to
millions of
the very
dollars
dawn of the
for no
Republic in
increase?
1790,
It's not how it
for
works.
example. Congress conferred
That's not what I'm
with
concerned
Washington,
about. I
basically
feel like
driving
that's
into
the
Congress
thing that's trying to
said,
shake
go,
retail out.
get licenses, right, to
This
do
is,
Congress with
you got to think of it
millions
like
to
a
whatever rules and
growth
regulations President
play.
Washington can make. So I do think there is a
Companies
very
growing. You're not looking for
consistency
profit in your
between
growth phase. This is this kind of stuff that is going to shape the next 10, 20, forever years, whatever. Like you're not looking for growth now. You're building
Consumers
the
Research, just
walls
last year, we had a
so
tax
you aren't
before
left
us,
in the
and
dust.
question was this
Think of
a
it this way.
delegation
A company
issue?
that has
Which, of
AI,
course, a much smaller tax,
is it going to do equal,
which,
better, or worse than a company that doesn't have
dealt with
AI?
Many fewer taxpayers.
My answer is it's going to do better. Now, the company that doesn't have AI, are they going to go, are they even going to compete at all with the company that does have AI? I feel like no, you're going to lose on every facet of your business. And that's what I think these companies are doing. They're building the moat. I could care less of the profit right now. I don't think there is such a thing as an overspend. I think it's a zero-sum game. It's either you AI or you don't. You gotta take this phone.
Would raise a pretty deep
And if you don't, you're screwed.
delegation problem.
First of all, I can't say enough. It is a regulatory tariff, not a tax. And that, I think, ties to my response to that, which is that this is a totally different context. This is IEPA, a statute that Congress carefully crafted to grant the president admittedly broad powers to address foreign arising emergencies. It's outward-facing to foreign affairs, where there's the broadest level of deference to the political
Watch The Young Girl on Compound. Nah, there's probably a few episodes I've missed so far.
That could be imposed very naturally because, for example, as this court said in Loving, quoting, Alexander Hamilton in the Federalist.
My company's leadership is pulling logs on who isn't using AI and they're being let go. Damn. What kind of work do you do? Netcat?
Instead,
Adapter purge. That's pretty crazy.
To a particular domain. This domain is any property in which any foreign government or any national thereof has any interest. So the sort of discipline, if one were to apply, we say you shouldn't, but if you were to apply the non-delegation doctrine, the domestic-facing non-delegation doctrine in this context, there's a significant limitation there.
Yeah,
We'll put in the queue.
My last question really does have to do with that point, which is how or whether this is confined. Because if you look at Title 19, which is loaded with tariffs and duties of various
And that's one of the reasons why in the
all
ETF,
of
me
them
and the
have
as we were funded
constraints
retirement
on
fund that has me
what
retiring in
they
the year
are. You
3182.
can't go over X
The buys that
percent, or it can't
I've
last
taken with
more
the
than
profit
1
have
year.
been very
And, of
focused so
course,
far in
the way you
tech
interpret
heavy
the
/
statute,
AI
there's none
heavy,
of those
because I really
constraints.
believe that it
And
is
the
going to
question
go
arises,
the
why
K
is that
economy,
any,
where those with AI
president
are just
ever
going to
would look to the tariffs in
have
Title
leaps and bounds
19
advantages
if,
over those that don't.
sub
And I'm
silentio, if you
actually
will,
really think I
this
have
statute gives
like
the president
I have an
the
old
opportunity to blow
HSA account
past those limits.
that
This
I
statute has
trade
its
in
own
as well.
constraints. They are
Not
constraints
trade.
that are appropriate for the
It's just
context
stuck in
of just
ETFs. But
internationally
I have
arising emergencies.
it
They are
pretty well
carefully crafted by
diversified. But I'm
Congress to address that.
been
And
really
they are
thinking about getting rid of
different.
all
In Section 1701,
anything small
the
cap
president
in
has
it
to make a formal
and
declaration of a
focusing
national
more on mid to
emergency
large
that
cap on
subjects
it,
him
because I
to
really do think that if you don't have AI, you are
intensive
so
oversight by
screwed.
Congress, natural lapsing, repeated review, reports, and so forth. It says you have to consult with Congress to the maximum.
I mean, you
possible.
yourself think that the declaration of emergency
It's only
is
what to who? Well,
unreviewable,
that's a
and
different.
even if it's
That's a
not
different problem.
unreviewable,
If you get to
it's
that,
of course the kind of
if you get that,
determination
if you
this
get to that
court
problem
would
and all the
grant
little man
considerable
is
deference to
destroyed,
to the
then you have a
president
winner.
on. So that doesn't seem like much of a constraint.
That's a different problem for a
And in fact,
different
you know,
day.
we've had cases recently which
Dick,
deals with the
moving off the
president's
90 MA on the
emergency powers,
5
and it
here.
turns out we're in emergencies everything all the time about like the world.
Well, this particular emergency is particularly existential, as Executive Order 14.
In 50 years, see, I think that's what people think is going to happen, but I think this stuff is going to happen sooner rather than later. I mean, in 1 year, look at what ChatGPT, 1.5 years, ChatGPT 1 to ChatGPT 5, night and day.
This court has always granted the president the presumption that he's acting in good faith. There are real hurdles there, very significant.
A year ago, everybody was just kind of playing around with it for funsies. Now you have, like, what's his face just said, now you have companies that are firing people that aren't using it. Like, that is so fast. We're not ready. We're not ready.
And for no other purpose. Then there are limitations in Section 7202B. Then there is the limitations I referred to earlier about what he can actually do. He can do a heck of a lot.
I have a couple lawyer friends. They all say that they all use AI,
so to speak. And then, of course, overarching it all,
and the jobs that a lower whatever, I don't know what they call these peeps, they do all the paperwork. Those jobs are completely getting taken, not completely, you still need them. But something that, you know, a 30-page brief that would have taken somebody, you know, a week to write or whatever, just takes 30 seconds. And they use that all the time.
Just a few questions following up on the major questions discussions you've had. You say that we shouldn't be so
That's how it starts.
in the area of foreign
Then
affairs.
you add robotics to all this, and then Amazon can just get rid of 100,000 people and still increase their profit margin. Sam Altman said in his interview with Tucker, he said, because Tucker asked him about that question, like, what happens to these jobs? And he says, in every revolution, and he said some percentage of job changes. And he says that's going to happen, but it's going to happen in a much shorter period of time. So it might hurt harder, but in the end, it'll be, that's what he thinks, is it'll hurt harder because it'll happen all at once rather than like over 50 years. So even he acknowledges it's going to happen. I just don't know where those people go to get jobs. If AI can replace any entry level stuff, I don't know.
Commerce.
This is one where I just don't know what it looks like.
To the president.
Still have someone to fact check. Yep.
Why not?
But
Well, because we're dealing with a statute again that has a whole.
I'm not asking
again,
about the
that's like
statute,
a
General.
lot
I'm
of
not
jobs
asking about the
toasty.
statute. I'm asking for your theory of the Constitution and why the major questions in non-delegation. What right it would have in that case?
I would say by then you would move from
Yeah, I can't replace
the area
entry-level
where there's
trades.
enormous deference
Not
to the
yet.
president, actually
Yep.
both the political
Not
branches,
yet.
where here there's inherent authority, and piled on top of that there's a broad delegation.
You're saying there's inherent authority.
The stuff
in
that
foreign
robots
affairs, all foreign
will
affairs,
eventually
regulate
replace
commerce,
can't
duties,
get replaced anytime soon, I don't think.
and tariffs and war.
I mean, freaking Tesla's trying to put a robot in the house to do dishes, and even then, they can't figure things out all the time, right? We're not there yet. We're not George Jetson level stuff yet.
That would be
So the
different
hands-on
than a
trades, I think,
situation where
will do
there are
fine.
meets and bounds, so to speak.
They'll be
It
the
would
last to go.
wholesale
You say
application.
we are not here to judge meats.
Do
and
I think
bounds.
self-driving?
That's what I'm
Absolutely.
struggling with.
100% they're
You'd have to
doing.
have some test.
They're already
And
here.
If it isn't the intelligible principle test or something more with more bite than
The
that.
question
You're
is
saying it's
when
something
does
less.
insurance
What is that
companies
less?
give you a cheaper rate because you have a self-driving car rather than a human behind it? Because it's more safe to have a self-driving car. That'll be the real push.
That sort of wholesale abdication of.
All right, so now you're
professionals
admitting
will
that
apply
there
to-
is some non-delegation principle at play here, and therefore major questions as well. Is
It's
that
still
right?
very limited.
Can you
Very,
explain
very
again the
deferential,
lot
limited is
size
what-
changes?
and again, the phrase that Justice Jackson
What
uses
changes you
just
talking about,
does not
Maxwell?
apply, at least
I know, but that's where
If
you
you only
started off,
have
and now you've
to turn the
retreated from
planners,
that, as
but
I
yeah.
understand it.
well, I think
Sensors
we,
are expensive,
as our
but those
front line
cars
position, assert the
cost
stronger
less
position
repair.
that the court
Oh
doesn't
yeah, for
accept it,
sure.
Then if
Like
there
a
is
dick,
highly
damn.
Give me
deferential
a
version,
reason to accept it, though. That's what I'm struggling and waiting for. What's the reason to accept the notion that
But if the
Congress
cheaper
can have the
insurance
power to
offsets
declare
that, maybe?
war to the president?
I don't know.
But we don't contend that. Again, that would
Well,
be.
you do. You say it's unreviewable.
Heath
There's
is
no
absolutely
manageable
juicing.
standard.
Good thing I
Nothing can be
sold
done, and now
yesterday
you're- I
for a
think you-
loss.
Tell me if I'm wrong.
TOX.
Backed
Oh,
off that
I have
position.
no idea the lot stuff. That
Maybe
makes
that's
zero
fair
sense to
say,
me.
Okay,
because
all right,
that would be, I
thank
think, an abdication. That would really be an abdication, not a delegation.
I'm delighted to hear that.
Look, I mean, 500 service for unlimited rides.
I wanted to return
Like
to
a subscription
something
model?
Justice
I
Sotomayor,
believe that. I
asked
bet you
under
that
the
happens.
statute, okay, so now we're in the statute. It's major questions. Could the president impose a 50% tariff on gas-powered cars and auto parts to deal with the unusual and extraordinary threat from abroad of climate change?
It's very likely that that could be done. Very likely.
I think that has to be the logic of your view.
Yeah, in other words, obviously this administration would say that's a hoax, it's not a real crisis, but.
I'm sure you would.
Yes, but that would be a question for Congress under our interpretation, not for the courts.
All right. And then on this inherent authority idea, I understand the president's inherent
Cipher coming
authority
back
over
up.
time, and a lot of your examples of regulating commerce and maybe your
High
best
day
one,
here.
Hamilton during the Civil War, they occurred during wartime when the president's commander-in-chief power is clearly in play. Does the president have inherent authority over tariffs in peacetime?
No, we do not contend that.
Okay.
And in fact, I cite, if I may, I'd point the court to two cases. They're Loving against United States and then Masery that's cited in Loving. Those are situations, for example, Loving against United States, the president had broad Article II inherent authority. There it was the commander-in-chief power. But this court held he does not have inherent authority to do the power that was delegated to him, right, which is the power to, identify aggravators that make you eligible for the death penalty in court-martial trials. And yet this court said, well, we're not going to see a delegation problem here, even though it's really a wholesale delegation, which would otherwise be legislative authority. It would be kind of like a small version of what your hypothetical would be an abdication. But because you're in a foreign affairs context or their commander-in-chief military context, where the president has his own delegation authority, he doesn't have the power to do this. But because of his background inherent authority, the court said, this is a situation where we're not going to see a delegation problem, and there clearly would have been a delegation problem in the domestic context. And those cases, I think, are powerful here.
General, if I can cut through those words, I think you're saying that no, the president doesn't have inherent authority over tariffs in peacetime.
Absolutely. That is, we do not assert that. We say that Congress can delegate that to him, and when Congress does so, as it does when it uses the phrase,
Interesting
phrase
prop there.
regulate importation.
I
Daily
follow
cock on that one.
All of that. Okay.
Is he going for it?
You emphasize that Congress can always take back its powers. You mentioned that a couple of times.
Whoa,
But now
SLDP.
have a
We might
serious
have it today.
problem here, because once Congress
Big Harry,
by
you
a
need
majority,
902?
the president signs it, and of course every president will sign a law that gives him
Oh, we got to purge and potentially.
Congress can't take that back without a supermajority. And even then, it's going to be vetoed.
All right, 50
What
cents. Oh,
president's
you were
ever
so
going to
close.
give that power back?
You were so close.
Pretty rare president. So,
I mean, this is straight
how should
breakout.
that inform our view of delegations and major questions?
You're going to get it soon, bud. Big
Big
Harry, going for it today. We might have an inductee.
And then Congress went back to the statute and amended it. It took out the legislative veto
5-minute cut.
and left in the
See
joint
what that
resolution,
5-minute
still
90 May
left
does.
dozen with all those votes.
That's what Congress did?
Yes.
Fair enough. As a practical matter, in the real world, it can never get that power back.
I disagree because in January 2023, Congress voted to terminate one of the biggest IEPA emergencies ever, the COVID emergency, and the president went along with that. So what the statute reflects is there's going to be the ability for a sort of political consensus against a declared emergency.
LAES,
The
interesting.
president simply vetoes legislation to try to take these powers back.
Well, he has the authority to veto legislation to terminate a national emergency, for example. I mean, he retains the powers in the background because IEPA is still
Beta, giving it up.
But if he declares an
Ugh.
emergency
All
and
right.
Congress doesn't like
That's
it
off
and
my
passes a
list.
joint resolution, yes, he can
QCLM,
absolutely veto that.
yeah.
Congress was
So Congress is a
FI,
practical matter.
jeez.
Get this power back.
Getting
once
shit
it's handed
kicked in.
over to the president. It's a one-way ratchet toward the
AMD,
gradual but continual accretion of power.
Meta. Golly. How are we not buying Meta down here?
Representatives.
I disagree with that in the recent historical counterexample of
If
Congress's
Meta was
termination of the total
cheap enough
demonstrates
when I bought NVIDIA, I would have bought the Meta.
With the president's assent. With the president's assent, in fact,
once he lost it by a veto-proof majority in the Senate, I think the position moved. And I think he realized, and that's the political process working. There was a political
it takes a
consensus
supermajority, a
against it to
veto-proof
coalesce.
majority to get it back. Yeah. Okay. One other question. Do you think tariffs are always foreign affairs?
I do think they would. I can't think of a situation where they're not foreign-facing. If you're talking about tariffs on imports, I mean, maybe there are other tariff contexts that I'm not aware of, but yes, they typically would involve a foreign affairs thing. However,
who's talking?
Gibbons against Ogden, if they are revenue-raising
Is that
tariffs,
Chief
they would not
Justice?
raise the same sort of like foreign affairs issues as regulatory tariffs, which are imposed not for the purpose of
I
raising
want back in.
revenue, to induce foreign powers to change their behaviors.
So
and
revenue-raising tariffs are not foreign affairs, but
Oh,
regulatory
yeah, like
tariffs
railroad
are.
cities that
I
claim
don't think
railroads
a
dried up on cities.
revenue-raising tariff would
That's
be
a
foreign affairs to
great
the same degree.
way to put it,
It's a
Annie.
foreign application, obviously, but I don't think
That's a great way to
raise
put
the
it.
same issues.
Okay, thank you, General.
Justice Kavanaugh?
Figuring
Ruby.
out what regulate importation means is
Oh my
obviously
gosh,
central
Jesse.
for major question purposes.
Wait, what?
I think the way we think about that kind of question is does
What are we doing here?
specific authority, power, major power, now asserted pursuant to that general statutory authorization, was that the kind of power
What are we
that
doing?
would have been understood by people, by Congress at the time the general statute was passed, as distinct from being a novel
Jesse's where?
so that general authority to do something
Literally bought this
different
yesterday, down
under the
70%. She's like,
case.
give me more.
One problem you have is that presidents since IEPA have not done this. Your primary answer, or one of your many answers to that, is the
Oh, it did an offering? So I have to purge your original buy?
Nixon relied on regulate importation.
Wait, I thought you bought this after the offering.
Good example.
Purge you?
What is our
I've got to purge you before I buy you.
Congress in 1977 vis-a-vis that Nixon example when Congress
That was a different stock?
or
Okay.
enacts
So this did an offering?
regulate importation.
So I have to sell this and rebuy.
Congress at that time was fully aware
Okay.
that
Let me do this, and we will do the purge officially later.
very prominently
This is stupid, but this is for tax purposes. I have to do this like this.
change. The court addressed a kind of lesser situation.
Okay.
When it came to Section 122, and the court said
All
President
right.
Nixon
Jesse's.
this to include a tariffing power,
Oh, freaking A. I love it. 15 at 0.29.
So that immediately historical background is very powerful, and it's
Jesse's World.
sources going back to the founding.
11.5.
Comments up by Feds, Moran.
25.5.
Says the
purged.
ADP data was a welcome surprise.
This may require some speculation on your part, economic philosophy. etc. But I'll ask him,
Oh, gosh.
why do you think Presidents Clinton, Bush, Obama have not used IEPA to impose tariffs on
BHVN.
Trade disputes, and certainly
What we got here?
President Bush, steel
900
imports and the
biddies.
like. Why do you think IEPA has not been used?
If you look at those 69 emergencies, in fact, you go through them.
No idea why this is getting its face kicked in, but nothing like buying low, baby. All right, Tommy. Tommy Hayes stepping it up here. 11/5/25. 1 at 8:58.
Iranian hostage crisis. President Carter didn't say, "Oh, you've seized all of our, embassy personnel, them hostage. We're going to tariff you." Right? And if you go through those emergencies, there are two emergencies though where tariffs are the obvious natural tool for a president.
Oh, it got the long from Shkreli. Nice, nice.
This particular emergency. And also there's political reasons. I think that it's no question that President Trump is by far the most comfortable with the tariffs as a tool, both of, economic and foreign policy, than many of the other presidents may have been. I mean, there are presidents like President Bush who, probably wouldn't have naturally,
Pop of the open. Okay, I didn't know he went long early.
What they have not done, at least, is they have not identified.
Dick still hanging out here.
Where tariffs would have been the obvious tool, but the president didn't use it.
Algonquin, as you've mentioned many times, is obviously very important here for us to understand exactly what's going on in Algonquin. The phrase there is different, adjust imports, and they really, the other side, your friend on the other side, really relies on the difference in language. And I just want you to give your best answer
Unity's selling off.
Regulate importation encompasses tariffs.
Jeez, HTZ gave it all back.
We held that adjust imports would encompass monetary exemptions.
Three answers, if I may. Adjust is narrower than regulate.
Interesting.
And so, therefore, the greater includes the less. Second answer, adjust is the second Black's Law Dictionary definition of regulate. The Black's Law Dictionary, our original plain meaning dictionary definition, says adjust by rule, mode, or rule, method, or established mode. So there's just a plain meaning link there. Regulate, adjust is a kind of regulation. And then I think far more importantly, regulate importation. I can't emphasize enough. Going back to the time
SEV Daily Cock. Really no volume, but interesting. Keep an eye on. Turn. GSAT Daily maybe tomorrow. CMG. Jeez. Inside Candle 31. Watch this one for Daily Cock. New Egg Daily Cock.
I'm saying this explicitly, but you do not have the power to tariff when the tariffing is in many ways the
WKEY Daily Cock.
So that historical pedigree sort of gives freighted meaning to that two-word phrase.
And last, you had some discussion about license fee versus tariffs, if there's a distinction. I mean, the council in the oral argument in Algonquin said they're all monies exacted on imports, so in that sense, it certainly is a tariff, and hence all the incidents and the economic effect of a tariff. But we can't rely on what the council said in Algonquin. Isn't there a difference of sorts, at least, between a tariff and a license fee? You answered this, I think, briefly before, but I want to make sure, because I think this could be an important point, because I want to know Algonquin to decide this case. So give your best shot on that.
I agree that there is maybe there's a formal distinction. But as a practical matter, I think what counsel was probably arguing there is that there really isn't much of an important distinction. And I would point to the passage in Algonquin where the court says, look, they've conceded that this includes the power to quota, and since quotas are a quantitative method, it would make no sense for Congress.
Is he getting close there, Big Harry?
And all the more so here, if there's a concession, as they do in some of the red briefs.
One time the court said monetary methods, i.e. license
trying,
fees,
right?
and the next page said monetary exactions, i.e. license fees and duties.
I think the court bought the argument. It's important to be consistent. That there's really not a lot of daylight between those two. As a practical matter, certainly almost no daylight. And so then the question...
When you say almost no daylight, just...
I would say that they're economic equivalents. Legally, they're pretty much the same. So I really don't see a big distinction there. And of course, the logic of Algonquin was quantitative methods are, quotas are allowed. Therefore, it would make no sense at all to interpret this not to include the qualitative or the monetary exaction methods. Well, if
The
we're
nips
talking
are
about the
nipping.
distinction between regulated importation, including licenses that could come with fees, but not tariffs, that logic applies all the more. So it makes no sense.
Justice Barrett?
Well, I think in Algonquin, there was a formal distinction that mattered because at that oral argument, counsel pointed out that the uniformity clause would kick in and the constitutional uniformity requirement would apply to tariffs if it was that way, and speculated that the reason that the government may have set it up as a licensing scheme with licensing fees was to avoid that. So I do think there are some distinctions, but keeping that in mind, if you say that there really is, as a practical matter, no difference, this is kind of what I'm hung up on in licensing. Maybe you can help. So in IEPA, Justice Sotomayor is right. License is used as a noun, but it's one of the means necessary. So in Algonquin, it was by any means necessary adjust. Here the statute says the president may, under such regulations as he may prescribe, by means of instructions, licenses, or otherwise, regulate importation, which is the key part for our purposes. So the means it specifies are instructions, licenses, or otherwise. So I think it would, I mean, one argument might be that it would have been natural for Congress to put the president may, by means of instructions, licenses, tariffs, or otherwise. With an adjustum generis thing, I think you have to rely on the or otherwise, picking up more. Or if there really is no practical difference between licenses and tariffs, why aren't you making the argument, or why didn't the president structure this as a licensing fee scheme? How do I understand that language? Or am I just misunderstanding it and this language is totally irrelevant?
I think that, here's the way I'd respond to that. I think that language powerfully reinforces our position as the way you've laid it out right there. Because, first of all, regulated importation, we say, and based on extensive historical pedigree, the core application of that is tariffing. To list tariffing again would have been essentially redundant and unnecessary, especially if you look at the specific historical
Watch
background
red lines,
of TWIA,
Roger.
where TWIA was enacting a tariffing power or a licensing-like power, that was described as, again, duties and tariffs equivalently.
Okay, but
I need to fast forward. I think
you
we're
have to put
not
together
up
A1
to speed.
and then B. So I think what you would be saying is he may prescribe by means of tariffs.
I think what you're saying is by means of instruments, licenses, or
By
otherwise.
instructions, licenses, or otherwise.
Instructions,
Opposed to tariffs?
otherwise.
Okay.
That otherwise, I mean, if you say instructions, licenses, or otherwise, and we're serving power that's very, very similar to licensing, otherwise naturally carries that with it. But that's not our principle position. Our principle position, but importation means that.
Polly moved on that.
However, if Congress has authorized them to do it by licenses that could come with fees that are economically equivalent to tariffs, and then it says otherwise, that just reinforces the same conclusion that we get at using the phrase.
Okay, then question just to follow up on Justice Gorsuch's thing about how can Congress ever get this delegation back. You said, well, listen, you point to the Congress's ability to terminate emergencies, which it's done. But if Congress ever wanted to get the tariffing power back, it would have to have a veto-proof majority because regardless of the emergency, so if Congress wanted to reject let's say that we adopt your interpretation of the statute. If Congress said, whoa, we don't like that, that gives the president too much authority under IEPA.
Oh, yeah, now they join. You pieces of shit.
Pulling the tariff power out of IEPA, correct?
I don't know if it'd be a hard time. Certainly, would have.
I mean, I moved market makers now too.
Any case where this court definitively interprets a statute.
Watch LMND.
I think that
Some price compression here.
A statute that grants presidential power makes it particularly hard to get the president to not want to veto something, which, as Justice Gorsuch is pointing out, has him lose power. All right, I want to ask you a question about unusual and extraordinary threat, which we have not talked about yet.
It's a lot of volume here on that 5 minutes.
I specifically want to talk about the reciprocal tariffs. These are imposed on, these are kind of across the board. And so is it your contention that every country needed to be tariffed because of threats to the defense and industrial base? Spain, France, I could see it with some countries, but explain to me why as many countries needed to be subject to the reciprocal tariff policy as are.
Yeah, Executive Order 14257 spells out the nature of the emergency and basically says that there's this sort of lack of reciprocity, this asymmetric treatment of
27, there you go.
Countries trade that does run across.
Oh, and it's gone just like that.
I think that puts in context the argument they make.
I gotta get out.
Tariff is so broad because you're applying to every country in the world.
27,000 just got nuked.
Which they're challenging here with the nature of the declared emergency emergency, which they haven't disputed. They haven't disputed, for example, that the president has correctly identified that virtually every major trading partner has this long-standing.
That was what I was looking for, and it got eaten. What's the downside right now?
The argument this power is so broad is really based on a conflation of two different things. One is the power, right? Imagine this. Imagine that, for example, President Reagan had wanted to convince South Africa to change its apartheid policies, and he'd impose tariffs on them. No one would bat an eyelash and say, well, that's too broad, that can't be an IEPA. The power to tariff is sort of fits naturally with all those powers to block, prohibit, and seize and so forth. What they're saying, this is so broad because the emergency is so broad. But of course, that's a presidential determination and there's all kinds of basis for it. And also, keep in mind that the emergency is not like just the asymmetric treatment, it's the impact of the asymmetry, the underlying conditions, the hollowing out of our manufacturing base, the vulnerability of our supply chains, and of course, our defense industrial basis, vulnerability of key inputs.
Justice Jackson?
So as I understand your response to Justice Barrett in that last question, you're saying that the power to tariff fits naturally with the power to block and seize. That was your example. But I guess I'm trying to understand then your argument from the text of the actual statute. Because the statute, unlike what you suggested to Justice Kagan, is focused on the actual actions that the president can take. In response to Justice Kagan, I understood you to say that Congress was giving the president broad authority to act, and it was within a particular domain, which is the domain of emergencies with respect to foreign power, but the president could basically do a lot of things. But when I read the statute, it is telling the president exactly what he can do: investigate, block during the pendency of an investigation, regulate, direct and compel, nullify, void, prevent, or prohibit. And I guess what is a little concerning to me is that your argument suggests that we should see the word imposed,
ZV.
phrase imposed tariffs in that same series of things that the president could do. We don't see that word. Instead, you take
Pope needed to jazz it up. Things were too boring for him.
Getting back to Justice Barrett's maybe original question, which was, where else in the code has Congress used the word regulate to sub in for imposed tariffs?
TWIA, and then this court's opinions, of course, have used regulate and import, or have pointed out that duties are the natural way to regulate foreign commerce.
But you're saying we should not have expected to see the same level of granularity with respect to the president's authority to impose tariffs as we see here: investigate, block, direct and compel, nullify, etc.
I think it would be very unusual for Congress to say all the ways that you can regulate in that statute.
So regulate becomes a big catch-all. The rest of the other things...
Well, I mean, we have a concession of that from the other side, that regulate at least includes qualitative methods, quantitative methods, quotas, licenses. They've conceived that regulate, there's a lot in regulate that's not spelled out there, and our point is you don't need to spell out tariffs because that's, like, of all of them, the most natural, the most quintessential method of regulating imports.
And yet, many presidents have not used regulate in this way to impose tariffs. I understand you point to President Nixon. We have licenses from Lincoln, but no one else.
Justice Kavanaugh, presidents who are faced with international crises to which tariffing is the natural response, that's President Nixon and President Trump, have invoked this authority. And also, frankly, President Trump invoked this authority in May of 2019 as well.
Can I ask you one question?
It's more historically attested than they can see.
Let me just ask one more question about
LMND, real tight here. Got a squeeze on the squeeze indicator on the 1 minute.
Conversation with Justice Gorsuch.
Very tight. See those Bollinger Bands collapsing on this area.
And you indicated that there would be challengers to the notion that that was an unusual and extraordinary threat. And I'm just wondering, under your position, would they be able to make a legal challenge? Are you saying the court would not be able to review?
On that particular hypothetical, I think I said that'd be a question for Congress.
So not
yeah, I don't. In other words, that wouldn't be the sort of thing that courts would want to wade into. Is this
Tiva coming back up to the highs?
That would not be probably very unlikely. That'd be a situation where at least there'd be very deferential judicial review of that kind of determination.
No, I'm asking you.
Holy golden tomatoes! Oh my gosh! How many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It's a lot of balls, bud. It's a lot of balls. You could have drawn a dick with that.
Thank you.
Holy jeez.
Hey, note on ticker Peloton, PTON, and OpenAI. Note Telebuddy's reporting the Peloton and ChatGPT integration is now live. Shares of Peloton see increased activity.
Do it for me, Peloton. Come on, I'm heavy, baby. Integration, let's go. Come on. That doesn't juice you. I don't know what does.
Yet here the president bypassed Congress and imposed one of the largest taxes.
Come on, Peloton!
Lifetimes. Many doctrines
If this goes red, this is some horse shit. Get up!
Congress speaks clearly when
It's the best news you've had all year.
And the major questions doctrine.
Million, 600,000 shares, and it can't move a penny. That's my day right now.
The president the power to overhaul the entire tariff system and the American economy in the process, allowing him to set.
Can't move a penny. Can't move it. It's going to go red. It's going to go red. It just went red.
And as Justices Gorsuch and Barrett just said,
this is my day!
We will never get this power back if the government wins this case. What president wouldn't veto legislation to rein this power in and pull out the tariff power? IEPA is a sanction statute. It's not a tax statute where Congress gave away the store. Congress knows exactly how to delegate its
and
tariff
we're back to 700
Every
red.
time for 238 years, it's done so explicitly, always with real
Someone
laws.
was ready to sell on that news, huh?
Like those laws. It uses regulate, which Congress has used hundreds of times, never once to include tariffs, and it lacks the limits of every other tariff statute. And that is why, even though presidents have used IEPA to impose economic sanctions thousands of times, no president in IEPA's
NVIDIA 5-minute looking pretty good.
ever tried to impose tariffs. And the president bypassed statutes that do address tariffs.
I have no idea, Bunny. I don't know when the vote is. That's what you have to
That
look up.
imposes a clear guardrail, 15% cap, 150-day limit. This is Youngstown at its lowest ebb. If the government wins, another president could declare a climate emergency and impose huge tariffs without fines or without floors or ceilings, as Justice Gorsuch said. My friend's answer, this administration would declare it a hoax. The next president may not quite say that. This is an open-ended power to junk the tariff laws and is certainly not conveyed by the
HKD trying to curl.
I welcome the court's questions.
Wouldn't your argument also apply to embargoes?
So, and this is the argument in the fine dissent below, and I think there are three answers to that, Justice Thomas. The first is revenue raising. Embargoes stop the shipment. Tariffs start the tax bill. They are first and foremost ways of regulating revenue. As some of your own opinions said, this is the way we actually chiefly got revenue for the first 100 years of our republic. Tariffs are constitutionally special because our founders feared revenue raising, unlike embargoes. You know, there was no Boston Embargo Party, but there was certainly a Boston Tea Party. The second thing, textually, in the statute, it's different. Regulate appears in a cluster of verbs, as was said before, investigate, block, nullify, and the like. They describe embargo-like controls, prevent and prohibit, for example. But they don't describe revenue exactions. That's Justice Kagan's point. The one verb that's missing here is anything about raising revenue whatsoever. Another point, congressional displacement. Today, there is a whole host of statutes in the tariff architecture of Title 19, which both expressly confer the power to tariff and always impose clear limits. Embargoes by the president, embargoes don't have any of that. They don't set aside that whole thing. If you look at the Learning Resources brief at page 5, it goes through these statutes in detail. Section 122 expressly says duties and then limits it, 15%, 150 days. Section 201, any duty on the imported article, but it requires ITC findings. Section 301, impose duties. That's the language of the statute, but all sorts of procedural restrictions. Section 338, the same. I can go through this, and I could start, by the way, Justice Thomas, with the statutes at the founding, all of which expressly said the word tariff or an equivalent.
Let's go back to your non-delegation point. It would seem that if it's if the tariff power,
You need a round today. Jeez.
non-delegation would also have to apply.
No, it's not. What is? Oh, lower day. Lower day. Tiva, there it goes.
Because I think tariffs, because they're uniquely revenue raising, impose special
Dick with a really
concerns that go back
freaking
to
tight
our
5-minute.
in
And so I don't think that they apply to embargoes. And indeed, the history of this is very clear. That, as you just heard my friend say, in 17...
I remember seeing a quick pop in markets. White House's Levitt says big Trump speech at 1 p.m. will be about the economy.
This is why the example cuts the other way. They never gave the president any sort of delegation of tariff authority at the time. Our point is not you can't delegate tariff authority. It's simply that you've got to do so with intelligible principles. And what you just heard my friend say is every single limit in IEPA is one that is not judicially enforceable. There's no...
I don't think the market's popping because
the main limit that was in there, he
of the
called
Trump
this a
headline.
compromise position. The only compromise in 1977 was the legislative veto. And as this case comes to the court, that's no longer in the statute at all.
Counsel, yes, sure, the tariffs are...
It's just coincided.
And that's a core power of Congress. But they're a foreign-facing tax, right? And that foreign affairs is a core power of the executive. And I don't think you can dismiss the consequences. I mean, we didn't stay this case, and one thing is quite clear is that the foreign-facing tariffs have in several situations...
Right, and we are...
I'm sorry.
Oh, sorry. I'm sorry.
Were quite effective in achieving particular objectives. So
Spy liking the blue wave. I don't think that has any.
Congress's power.
I think it's just a technical bounce here. I don't think any of the elections last night either way would have moved the market.
About foreign versus domestic, the better way of thinking about it is Article 1 versus Article 2. And as my friend finally conceded to Justice Gorsuch, there is no Article 2 power here, at least when we're talking about peacetime.
Well, you don't agree with a large part. What's the little part that you do disagree?
So we agree with the idea.
Look at the buys here at 552. Jeez.
Founders recognize that that's in the Federalist Papers, but nonetheless, they exclusively committed that power to...
Look at the what is this?
Article 1, Section 8, and gave it as its first power. So when you hear my friends cite cases like Egan and Garamendi, they just don't apply to this specific, unique situation in which Congress is given that power. And if you were tempted by this, I think the best place to look is Youngstown, because what Justice Jackson said, and I was surprised that he quoted pages 652, because what Justice Jackson said is, quote, emergency powers tend to kindle emergencies, so it's essential the public may know the extent...
Look at this. This is going to fill all this, and then we're going to curl and go.
And persons affected may be informed from the statute of its rights and duties. And Justice Jackson went on to say there that it's notable our founders didn't give the president revenue-raising power even in a time of war.
Can I just get a clarification of your answer, which is you agree if the word tariff were in the statute, that would be acceptable and constitutionally permissible, correct?
No, it'd be constitutionally permissible. The question would then be, is the open-ended assertion of power here, because every other tariff
I get it as applied to this case, but the general point is, yes, Congress, you said it's assigned to Congress, but Congress can grant authority to presidents to impose tariffs as a general proposition.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we have to figure out then what regulate importation means. And you've heard my questions. If this statute came out of nowhere in 1977, I think your case would be, obviously stronger. We have to figure out, at least I want to figure out what the Nixon precedent stands for and what Algonquin stands for. The question is, I think, was Congress aware of that, meaning that when they used regulate importation and it's now being used to encompass tariffs, that's not unheralded because Congress was well aware. President Nixon announced those tariffs in a nationwide primetime speech, 10% across the board in August 1971. It was not some kind of little piece of paper. So it was well known. The question then is, was Congress, why didn't they change the language? Why didn't they say regulate but not tariffs? That's kind of the difficult question from the Nixon precedent that I'll give you an opportunity to answer.
Thank you, Justice Kavanaugh. So 5 answers on the Nixon precedent. First, there is no evidence that Congress thought it was ratifying Yoshida. It was a single Court of Appeals case.
It's not somewhat my question. I never mentioned Yoshida. It's the use by the president of that power under regulated importation.
If we're just talking about that, President Nixon did not rely on the statute whatsoever. I mean, that's very clear. In fact, we have a Marshall McLuhan moment here because you have have before you Alan Wolf, the person who was there in the room with Nixon, saying Nixon totally disagreed that this statute applied. So if we're just talking about Nixon, I don't think it can get the government where.
Go to your other four. Other four.
So I think the only way it does any work is if the president is through the vehicle of Yoshida, and that's what I take it the government is arguing. And with respect to that, this cert-denied Intermediate Court of Appeals decision, I don't think it can come close.
Did it? Look at Dick. Look at Dick. Did exactly what I freaking called. Yeah. Fill it and pop it here.
Has never been used. The Congress uses the term 1,499 times. We got about that number of hits when we looked at it, and maybe there's some double counting, but it is never used even once to impose taxes or revenue raising, and that was the question that Justice Barrett was asking. And so I don't think that this Intermediate Court of Appeals decision will get you there. And then even if you thought that Congress knew about Yoshida, and even if you thought they liked it, which there's absolutely zero evidence of, I don't think that helps the government for reasons that Justice Alito was pointing to, because Yoshida said three things. A, TWIA doesn't give the unlimited authority that the government is seeking here. B, they were only upholding the limited specific assertion.
Do I change my own oil?
That President Nixon sought there. And third,
LMND
the
juice.
solution, they said in footnote 33, was to use
Right through it, like it wasn't even there.
Section 122 of the 1974 Trade Act, 15%, 150 days. So we have no problem with the president doing that. It's just that this president has torn up the entire tariff architecture. You know, for example,
You
he's
get peaches to
tariffing
dinner. Oh,
Switzerland, one of our allies, which we have a trade surplus, 39%.
Stable coins at play? How so?
Any president has ever had the power to do in our history, and the
They're only
idea
at play when they get
Congress,
depegged.
by implication, did this in 1977 and handed him all this power, I think is really difficult.
Just ask the other. Go ahead.
Let's start with just the bare statutory language. You have arguments about structure, you have arguments about history. There are
Headline. I don't have it yet.
arguments, but let's just start with the bare statutory language.
When is Nintendo buying
importation?
IPs from Ubisoft?
Disregard all of the rest. Would you
Dick's
dispute that
dropping
that would
like a
include
like
the
a tot.
imposition of a fee?
So if it's revenue, yeah, we do dispute that, absolutely.
What if there were a statute that said, I mean, suppose that there's a particular national park that's very crowded, and Congress passes a statute that says the National Park Service may regulate admission to the park. Would you say
Better get into the underside of this
impose a fee?
area that I've drawn,
Sometimes we think of fees as
kind of
not
pull back
revenue
from.
raising, but rather capturing the cost of government services.
Kind of see it, rejection here, broke through, bounce,
You know, those kinds of cases
broke
which I
down,
think to
rejection, slop, broke through. So see what this does here. This is an interesting level to me.
Regulated admission, wouldn't that include the imposition of a fee?
So if it doesn't raise revenue, then and it's not about that, then I think that's fine. If it does,
It raises revenue. That's
then I
the,
think it's a
that's
tougher
the hypothetical. That wouldn't apply.
So I think in that circumstance that it wouldn't be a regulation in context, it wouldn't be permitted. That is, at least in the context of tariffs and trade, we know, Justice Alito.
Okay, well, that gets into your other arguments. We start out with the bare statutory language, and that was what my question was about. Do you think all tariffs are revenue raising? Suppose that instead of imposing these across
Halting
the
up.
board tariffs, suppose that an executive order imposed a tariff.
Don't dick.
You
dick me!
The Supreme Court rules in favor of Trump tariffs have dropped to 22% on the poly market coming on the wire.
Suppose that within those 90 days,
Wow, false halt. Absolute top tier dickery, man.
would that be a revenue raising tariff?
Top tier dickery.
And on its face, it is revenue raising, that's what it's for, and so I think that would. And look, I don't doubt that there are edge cases. That is what this court's confronted just recently in FCC versus Consumer Research, and you said, look, what is a tax is sometimes very hard.
Gosh, I can't get a break today.
This is obviously revenue raising. Their own brief to the court says it's going to raise $4 trillion. And Justice Alito, you in your consumers research dissent, or Justice Gorsuch's dissent that you joined, said taxation is special and different. And it is the most powerful thing.
Oh my gosh, these fills, dude.
And the idea that Congress, when they know exactly how to write tariff and tax statutes, gave this power by implication.
What is
through the word
this?
regulate,
Stock.
I think is very, very hard.
Well, you cite many different statutory provisions that impose tariffs.
All right, let's get out.
And you have a point. If that's the relevant
Getting a hernia from
universe,
this.
the relevant universe is
I gotta go to the
tariffs
bathroom.
that are imposed in emergency situations.
Yes, so I think it cuts the other way. So, as Justice Jackson said, it's when you're in an emergency situation, the statutes actually have to speak with more precision. The public needs to know because emergencies beget emergencies. And I would say the best way of understanding what Congress does in emergencies is to look at their emergency statutes. Not one has ever given the president a taxation power or a tariff power. We've had all sorts of emergencies for 238 years. No president has ever said, oh, the way to deal with that is I need to have a tariff authority. And as Justice Sotomayor said, IEPA gives already a quota power, so you can get what the foreign policy piece of it is through that. I'd also say, Justice Alito, Dames and Moore, which the Chief Justice referred to earlier, I think is really important here because the Solicitor General in that case made a similar argument to what you just heard on the claims provisions. He said it falls within regulate. Regulate is a capacious term. He said, Justice Alito, what you said, this is an emergency situation, and he said you've got to defer to the president on a major issue of national security about this very statute. And what did the court do? It rejected those arguments and said IEPA doesn't cover this.
You say that this is not, this case does not, these executive orders do not address an unusual and extraordinary threat. I understand that argument. Suppose that the facts were that it was suppose that there was an imminent threat of war, not a declared war, but an imminent threat of war with a very powerful enemy whose economy was heavily dependent on U.S. trade. Could a president under this provision impose a tariff as a way of trying to stave off that war? Or would you say no, the president lacks that power?
Couldn't do tariff, but could do quota, embargo, all of those things.
Could do all those things, but the president could not impose a tariff.
There's
That's one thing he couldn't do.
There's a category shift between a tariff and the other 8 powers in IEPA because it is revenue raising. So it's not a difference in degree or something like that. That's why, I don't doubt tomorrow.
Even if the purpose of this had nothing whatsoever to do with raising one penny. The president didn't want to raise one penny. The president wanted to deter aggression that would bring the United States into a war. He would say, no, can't do that.
Yeah, Justice Alito, I think you've said many times the purpose isn't what you look at. You look to actually what the government is doing. And if you disagree, if you think we're, if you think, or excuse me, if you ruled for us and the president says, I need this power, he can go across the street to Congress tomorrow and get it by a simple majority through reconciliation. But if you vote for them, this power, as Justice Gorsuch said, as Justice Barrett said, is going to be stuck with us forever. The power to jump.
Can I ask you?
I just wanted to give you a chance to address kind of the other argument that's been submerged here textually. Again, just bare text for a moment, okay? We've been focused on regulate importation, but actually the statute says the president may, by means of licenses or otherwise, regulate importation. And we've had some discussion today about the fact that maybe the president could simply recharacterize these tariffs as licenses or rejigger the scheme so that they are licenses. We've also heard the suggestion that otherwise, licenses and tariffs are very similar, so otherwise might encompass tariffs there. Thoughts?
Yeah, a few thoughts, Justice Gorsuch. First is the SG is not even making that argument, and I think they're not making it for a number of reasons. One is that there's a strong presumption against reading statutes this way in the unique tax and duties context. Hartramp is one of those cases which says if there's doubt, you don't read the statute to confer such powers. Second, if you were to do that, it's open-ended. It allows, and this was your hypothetical, it allows under the word license them to tariff the world, and...
Seems like you're putting a major questions thumb or an interpretive lens thumb on the plain text there. Is that fair?
I think you could call it major questions. I just think it's like
That notable tariff-related stock seen an increase of activity on that headline. Ticker on holdings ONON, ticker Nike, ticker RH.
Gives the power to the president to junk the entire tariff.
I understand that, but you're not disputing licenses or otherwise means what it says. You're saying that we should interpret that narrowly for particular reasons.
So I think I am disputing it as well. I think the licenses, and this is something Justice Sotomayor was saying, don't expand the power. They are not verbs, and so it is limited to the 9 verbs there.
No, I understand that.
And so regulate, I don't think.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas, anything further?
I'd like to just revisit the point that Justice Alito was making with a similar question. If one of our major trading partners, that's, for example, China, held a U.S. citizen hostage, could the president, short of embargoing or setting quotas, say the most effective way to gain leverage is to impose a tariff for the purpose of leveraging his position to recover our hostage?
No, Your Honor. So tariffs are different because they're revenue raising, and I think it goes to the point I was saying to you in our very first colloquy, which is quotas, embargoes, and stuff are different for a different reason, which is there's a tariff architecture around Title 19, in Title 19, that in tariff would, like in your hypothetical, would supersede. And here the president is seeking the power to set aside all of our trade treaties unilaterally under the word regulate. I just don't think it can bear that weight.
Justice Alito?
You mentioned other tariff provisions that you think would be rendered redundant if we adopted the government's interpretation of IEPA. One that you didn't mention, which is discussed in an amicus brief, is Section 338 of the Tariff Act of 1930. Why doesn't the plain language of that provision, which does speak specifically about duties, provide a basis for all or virtually all of the tariffs that are at issue here?
Yeah, the government's never made that argument, Justice Alito, and I think for very good reason, because it only applies to MFN violations, which are not at issue here. You can only tariff if the president, quote, finds as a fact that a country satisfies 2 conditions, including that it discriminates against the United States. There are also a host of other reasons why Section 338 may have lapsed, and that's why no president has ever used it. But look,
what is the argument that it's lapsed? It's regrettable. I mean, we put this case on a very expedited schedule, and therefore there are limitations on what and the parties' ability to answer each other's arguments or arguments that are made by amici. The amicus brief says that it hasn't lapsed. There are articles that say it hasn't lapsed. What is your argument? What is the basis for your argument that it lapsed?
So 2 things, Justice Alito. Sections 252 and 301 have been understood by many to have superseded Section 338. And second, I don't think you have to get into this issue at all. We're not here saying that the government doesn't have a 338 power. That's something that can be decided by other courts at other times. As these folks come to the court, as the government comes to the court today, they're citing one statute and one statute only, IEPA, and we submit to you it doesn't come even close to authorizing these worldwide tariffs.
Well, what if the president tomorrow were to say, I'm reissuing these executive orders and I'm invoking, in addition to other authorities, Section 338 of the Tariff Act, 1930.
I think at that point we'd have that case. I mean, I'm not here to say that 338 does or doesn't do one thing. I'm responding to the government's argument, which is the invocation of IEPA and IEPA alone. But perhaps that point, Justice Alito, may
So
get
then,
the court some comfort.
I mean, I understand party presentation and all of that, and not being a court of first view. But in these circumstances, if that were to happen, and it might be a realistic possibility, you think, well, okay, then the government would continue to try to collect these tariffs, and the plaintiffs here would have to go back to the Court of International Trade or the district court and challenge it again, and it would have to progress through those lower courts and come back to us when? A year from now? 6 months from now? While the tariffs continue to be collected and the amount that's at stake mounts into the billions. I mean, what are we at now? 100 billion? We get up to $1 trillion? That's what you're suggesting?
So, Justice Alito, I think a few things. One is I think it's rich for the government to be making this argument about the refunds undermining us because they opposed the preliminary injunction in this case by saying, oh, don't worry, we'll give the refunds later. And they sought a stay in the federal circuit on exactly that ground, which was you don't need to implement the federal circuit's decision because we'll give the refunds later on. And now they're suggesting—
Well, that really wasn't my question, Mr. Katyal. The question was whether it would make more sense for us to address that, if that is a possible justification for these tariffs, for us to address that now and get it over with, rather than having this continue for who knows how long while it goes through the procedures in the lower courts.
Justice Alito, I think that is forfeited 9 ways to Sunday. This amicus brief has been filed in every single stage of this case. The government's never embraced that argument. For them to be able to do so now, I think is way, way too late. But I do think if you ruled, as we're suggesting you do, against the government, they can go and try and seek to use other authorities, whether it's 338, Section 122, etc. Those are the ways prescribed by the Congress. And as Justice Kavanaugh was saying earlier, every other president has used all this suite of other authorities, 201 for steel, for autos and things like that, 301 for countries like China. This president has come along and said something different, and with all due respect, we don't think IEPA allows him to do this junking of the worldwide tariff architecture.
And what was the view, what were the views of President Trump's immediate predecessors on the question of imposing tariffs or allowing free trade? What was their policy view on that question?
There's been a variety of different views about that, but the executive order, my friend said, well, prior presidents had no occasion to use the tariff power, which is belied by the very executive
So I can
order
calculate.
he's defending here, which
We don't
says
have NAV
that
yet.
the trade
I haven't
deficit has been
updated
large
it.
and persistent every single quarter since
What do you mean me pull it up? You can pull it up.
We've had trade wars. President Reagan
Mother's gone.
initiated, different ones and the use of different authorities, but never once did a president try and seek IEPA as the basis.
Yeah,
to
exclamation point
rewrite the
ETF is
entire
the
tariff.
shortcut. I haven't updated it from last Friday.
I found it interesting to hear you make the non-delegation argument, Mr. Katyal. I wonder if you ever thought that
And
your
DePope,
legacy as
saw
a
you.
constitutional advocate would be
Frickin' saw you.
the man who revived the non-delegation argument.
Heck yes, Justice Alito. I think Justice Gorsuch nailed it on the head when saying that when you're dealing with a statute that is this
Luke saying GME, huh?
anything we've ever seen to give the president this.
It needs all the help it can get.
Yes, this isn't just delegation running riot. This is delegation that's a legislative application.
Wouldn't you agree that statutes that confer on the president real emergency powers are often phrased much more broadly than other statutes? Isn't it the very nature of an emergency? I know you dispute the fact that this is a real emergency, maybe it's not, but isn't it the very nature of an emergency provision that is going to be more open-ended?
So, Justice Alito, we
Tick
can
coming
actually
up.
look the other way, as I was saying earlier. That's what Justice Jackson
Buy the
said.
dip, baby.
And,
Well, we are bouncing where we said we should be bouncing. So this was a big bounce area and needed to happen. We're not out of the woods yet,
literally about President Nixon's proclamation of an emergency.
but
that's what it's about.
it's a good start.
Limited 15%, 150 days.
I mean, what about the authorization for the use of military force in 2001, which gave the president the power to use all appropriate force. Now that's pretty open-ended. Would you apply the same non-delegation argument there that you do here?
Of course not, because there you have shared powers between the president in Article 1 and Article 2 powers. That's what I was saying.
Well, it gets into the question of whether it was delegated or not. What was the scope of the delegation?
Absolutely, but there, it's military. There's a whole unique history behind that. But here you're talking about something that is exclusively committed to Congress in Article 1. And there, yes, when you have delegations, I would say, Justice Alito, even when you have delegations in some military cases, in emergency statutes, they have all sorts of limits. So 10 U.S.C. 2808 says that in a declaration of war or a national emergency, the president can, quote, undertake military construction necessary to support emergency use of the armed forces, but it has limits.
Justice Sotomayor?
I'm fascinated that the two instances where presidents have used their war powers to impose a tariff, Lincoln and Nixon, that Congress found it necessary to ratify their actions, and that the court in both those cases, the Intermediate Court of Appeals in Nixon and our own court, included that as part of their reasoning, as justifying the use of war power in that situation. So I'm a little concerned why the fact that this act, a domestic act on emergency, that uses a general word like regulate, should take on a war powers meaning when in every other situation, whenever Congress intended domestic taxation, it said tax and regulate.
Oh, Justice Sotomayor, I wish I had an hour to talk about this with you, because this argument by the government advanced in their reply brief is wrong, every which way.
I'm saying that's your sixth way of differentiating your CETA, correct?
So
that was a war powers case.
So it's a war powers case. It's about conquered territory. It has nothing to do whatsoever with domestic tariffs. And absolutely, you're right in saying that the way that court, even in those cases, even at the height of the government's power, war powers, they said Congress had to ratify it, and that's what at page 96.
And that hasn't happened here.
And that has not happened here, not even close.
Well, it might not with Congress closed, but they can't even think about it right now. I'm going to assume, and maybe he can shake his head yes or no, that Justice Kavanaugh will ask you to go to Algonquin, which you didn't answer, and he's shaking his head. So
on AEP, CNA Form S-3 filing, $10 billion mixed shelf offering. That's on AEP.
It's his question, but I want to make sure you get to it.
We'll hear from Justice Kagan first.
I have one specific question, one more general question. The specific question is, does it matter in the way we think about IEEPA, what Congress thought it was doing in IEEPA?
That squawk was trade exchange.
In fact, did.
I can't broadcast it, but they don't mind when, well, at least not yet.
I do think it's relevant, at least.
All my internet audio comes through the same channel. I can't chop that up. So if we're listening to the Supreme Court, you're going to hear trade exchange audio. I've muted Benzinga, so I can't even hear it.
I guess I'm wondering whether, though, it cuts against you as well, that Congress
0.05
didn't put in a variety of checks that it might have put in had it not thought it had a legislative veto, and that's just tough luck on Congress now.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, Justice Kagan, I think it's a very tough common sense argument to make, because every single delegation of tariff power statute from Congress to the president.
Watch this dick at 6.
Section 1.
We can get a 6 flush, maybe get a move.
In the case of the exact problem that this executive order is dealing with, large and serious trade.
Piton, don't tell me. Oh my gosh.
15%,
it's disgusting, isn't it?
The idea that 3 years later they just said, "Oh no, junk the rule book," I think is very.
It's probably just going up with the overall market right now.
It's continued activity noted for ticker Peloton, PTO at 10. That shares at highs. Papa Tango Oscar November.
ASST, it's a bigger float. I don't typically like trading this one, but That Daly's
General
not.
Sauer rests a lot
That's Daly's
on
hard to
President's
ignore there.
inherent authority. And I want to make sure I understand.
Do we
your
have some
answer
guys in the
to
90s
Chief
here?
Justice and to Justice Alito as to where you think that authority exists.
SLDP
and
about to
where
hit.
it would affect
Getting
our
close.
interpretation of a statute, and where you think it doesn't, and why this falls into the second category, given that, in General Sauer's view,
We
this
do have
is
some guys
obviously what the Chief
on the
Justice
ASST in the
wants.
60s.
Yeah, so it may be foreign facing, but there is still no Article 2 power whatsoever. There is
We'll have to
no
watch that
citation
one.
whatsoever in the government's
If it
brief
gets over
to
150
any
and
notion
holds.
that the president has Article 2 tariff authority. Now, look, I will say in wartime, conquered territory, maybe, but this is not a wartime or conquered territory statute. This is or a use of the statute. They are tariffing the entire world in peacetime, and they are doing it, asserting a power that no president in our history has ever had. Even Justice Kavanaugh's example of Nixon, really far more limited, didn't blow past Congress's limits, as was said in Yoshida. This is a whole different animal, and maybe Congress has that power, as I agree with Justice Gorsuch. I don't think that it does, but boy, they got to say so really clearly, and here there's nothing like that in the text of AIPA.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
Well, I don't know if I agree with what you say, but at any rate, back to the plain language, and just stick with me for a moment. You know, the Constitution says that Congress gets to regulate commerce, and everybody understood that that meant and included the power to tariff. Story, Madison, okay? So that's sort of a problem, right? Regulate is a capacious verb. And then you've got the otherwise language as well, which we've sort of discussed. And just on the plain language, forget about the backdrop of major. Do you need major questions to win? I kind of think you might.
No, I don't think so. I mean, if we did, I think we'd win for reasons expressed, but I don't think so at all. So, Justice Gorsuch, our position is not that regulate can never mean tax or tariff.
Okay.
Our brief at page 15 gives you an example. A president may regulate cars coming in to the city, and then if it adds by charging tolls or something like that, absolutely. In context, it does. Here, the context you're referring to, Story and so on, says nothing about this case. That is the constitutional context about Congress's use of power.
But it's part of how we understand language is used, and it's relevant for that purpose. And then when you've got licenses, which are economically the same thing as, would you agree they're basically economically the same thing as tariffs?
Sometimes they can be
Okay, so you've got something that's economically identical to a tariff authorized by this statute.
So,
where does that leave you?
So let me,
as a matter of plain language?
Let me take the question in two parts. One is about the word regulate, and the other is about licensing. With respect to the word regulate, when it's used in the constitutional sense, it's very different than the sense in AIPA that my friend is asserting. When we're asserting AIPA, we're talking about a statute that is granting the president massive powers. And so the relevant context that I think you look at in asking the question, what did Congress mean in 1977? The best context, the most natural context is, what does Congress say every time they grant the president such a power? And then there's just one other point on this. Constitutions are read totally differently. Story and Madison are talking about the constitutional phrase, and as Chief Justice Marshall said in McCulloch, a constitution we're expounding, the prolixity of a legal code is the opposite of the way you read the Constitution.
I do follow that argument. Okay.
And
what about otherwise? Again, I just really want to make sure I understand. You say that there's a good reason why the Solicitor General didn't make that argument. I'll be curious to see what he has to say about that. But you know, what's your best reasoning why
Remove off my wage trade. Iran. That's one I've looked at. Yeah, I mean, the moves can get you like 10-something cents out of it. So there's enough room. And there's just buying going on everywhere right now.
Why wouldn't that capture tariffs?
So because I think, again, our point to you is that that there's two kinds of licenses come in two flavors. If an executive order is asserting a license fee to recoup the cost of government services or something like that, as I was saying to Justice Alito, that doesn't look different than the other verbs. That's not revenue raising. It doesn't implicate the founder's concern. It doesn't implicate the concerns you wrote about in consumers' research about the fear of the government.
Well, you're not answering my question, though, Mr. Koch. I'm talking about just the plain text here.
Hey, notes on ticker Joby and EVTL stocks, JOBY. Notes the company is tweeting on its milestone, says this is a huge milestone. The CPO has comments says we are in the final lap to getting certification.
Final lap to getting certification, Joby.
Conceded that licenses are economically equivalent to tariffs, and the statute says by means of licenses or otherwise.
Big volume. This is a high float stock.
Yeah, it's a means.
Yeah.
Why isn't tariffs a permissible means on the statute?
Because, again, it has to be related to the...
Everything's a scalpel in these news plays right now.
We have to acknowledge that. And you've said a license can raise revenue, and you've said a license is equivalent to a tariff economically. So what about otherwise?
Okay. $200, $300 or so.
If the license or the otherwise is raising revenue,
Oh,
then
there it
is.
is. There's the second wave.
Other verbs. And we looked at the history of licenses under Twitter.
Jimmy again. Luke, hit me with it.
Involving licenses or licenses.
Daily Cock. You know this daily, though, looks like ass, Luke. If they start announcing an offering, can you imagine what GME does?
To the Foreign Commerce Clause, of course, next to it is the
Direct 5 minute.
And delegations
Really want to see a flush and go.
Initially, and involve licenses once again, and why shouldn't that inform our understanding of the Foreign Commerce Clause?
I don't know that I have a position on that. It maybe is a little too afield for me to...
Well, if the president has broad authority in one part of the Commerce Clause, why wouldn't he in the next door neighbor?
Oh, I see. Because here Congress has specifically been given the exclusive power over tariffs. And so if they're to part with it, I think as this court has said in J.W. Hampton, which is a tariffs case.
You'd say the same principle would apply with tariffs with the Indian Commerce Clause. Is a tariff-specific argument?
I think it's at least intelligible principles is what this court has used for tariffs.
Market's still moving.
And we think that's the way you should look at this. And then under intelligible principles, this is miles away from any delegation we have ever seen.
Thank you.
Justice Kavanaugh?
Just on the Nixon point, because you said, I think, that the current tariffs are unprecedented. I mean, that was a 10% worldwide tax on every import into the United States, I believe. I mean, we don't need, I just think that's a fact. You have arguments about that. You made good arguments about that, but just wanted that point to be clear. On Algonquin, to pick up on Joseph Sotomayor's kind assist, your argument here is that the statute has to use the word tariffs, I think, basically. And we went through Nixon and Yoshida, but then Algonquin, the statute for 232, does not use the word tariffs. It uses adjust imports. And President Ford had imposed, again, a pretty significant tariff on oil imports. It was challenged. It got to this court. The attorneys standing where you are stood up and said the license fee now before the court involves the broadest exercise of the tariff power in the history of the American Republic. In fact, we would have to go back to George III's stamp tax to determine as broad an executive power as claimed in this case. The statute is a simple one. It does not mention the tariff on its face. The argument there was the word tariff was not mentioned.
An NFLX article out by the Wrap.
Obviously, 9-0
on
rejects
Netflix.
that
NFLX
argument,
says Netflix ad tier hits 190 million monthly active viewers globally. Streamer is also testing interactive video ads and dynamic ad insertion. Will roll out globally in 2026. NFLX in a volume pop.
Writes the opinion. It says we find no support in the language of the statute. The language. For respondents' contention that the authorization of the president to adjust imports should be read to encompass only quantitative methods, i.e. quotas, as opposed to monetary methods,
popping up here.
License fees of affecting such adjustments. So, on your basic point that you need the word tariff, Algonquin says you don't need the word tariff. And that was President Ford's oil imports. It's 9-0. The oral argument goes through this. Your answer.
There's a lot there, Justice Kavanaugh, so please bear with me. First, I'd like to clarify what our position is generally and then deal with Algonquin. Our position is not that you have to use the word tariff or any other magic word. It's true that Congress has used a specialized vocabulary since the founding, since 1790, using words like tariffs or duties, but as I was saying earlier to Justice Gorsuch, you could even use the word regulate, as our page 15 of our brief says, or you could even imagine something that says, quote, the
That's on ticker Netflix NFLX. With the headline, Netflix ad tier has hit 190 million active monthly global users. Shares are seeing a bump in activity, new highs on Netflix.
The question is in context. Is it does
Algonquin didn't have anything like that, but keep going.
There's the news sources for those that are interested, by the way.
Context that's miles apart from what the government is seeking here to do with IEPA. So first of all, it is a common sense statute. I understand there's some rhetoric by common sense reading of the statute. I know there's some rhetoric by the lawyer who stood here before, which is of course forgivable. But it was a statute about one product. 232 is article by article. It's one product. This is a billion products or even more that the government is seeking. The Algonquin was expressly a trade statute. It was the 1962 Trade Act. It's everything this case isn't. Algonquin had a specific reference to the word duties in a separate provision. Algonquin had a legislative history that was clear as day that the president was given this power. And I understand this court today doesn't look to
on NFLX hitting new day highs following that post in the news desk.
Where it was by saying the legislative history, the chief sponsor of the
Yeah, we heard it on Trade Exchange.
On that, it does a plain text and then
They came
says, is there
through.
anything in the legislative
I don't have
history
Trade Exchange
in the plain
muted.
text, so I disagree pretty strongly with you.
And that's why I have two news sources. Sometimes somebody's in the bathroom and you don't hear it from one and then you hear it from the other. It's always good to have as many. I always say, if I found like a third good news source that is just as fast as the other two, I'd have it. Speed matters with this stuff.
The Netflix headline now on the wire. Shares seeing continued activity, new highs on Netflix.
Juicing now. Isn't that funny that that Netflix headline comes out right when the market's starting to bounce up? Isn't that funny?
Are all about how constrained the statute is. It's a reticulated scheme. The cabinet secretaries have to make certain findings. There are specific statutory factors Congress says the president must look at before acting. There are public hearings. There are limited remedies, quote, to the extent necessary. All of that is in the statute. All of that is in the Algonquin opinion. None of it is in IEPA. That's the problem, and that's why, just like James and Moore, the Algonquin case said this is a very limited decision, limited just to the facts.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
So this license thing is important to me. And do you agree that pursuant to IEPA, the president could regulate commerce by imposing a license fee?
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
Could the president regulate commerce under IEPA by using a licensing fee?
Not a fee. So I should have said this earlier, but license is different from a licensing fee. IEPA and TWIA authorize licenses, not license
Ticker Netflix,
fees,
more headlines.
and no
Netflix will roll out new
president is ever
modular ad
charged, to
formats
my knowledge,
globally in the second
fees
quarter of
under those two
2026.
statutes for the licenses. So fees impermissible, licenses okay.
Fees
Remember, I was watching this
they cover the
TTD as
costs
well
of the
in
scheme.
regards to this
Might
Netflix.
be. I mean, but
A
once
talk
they
that Trade
start
Desk does work
revenue
with
raising,
Netflix
you
for
implicate
ad
the
buying.
most
Watching
serious
if there's
concern.
any
But I thought you
impact on
conceded to
TTD
Justice
off these
Gorsuch there was
Netflix
no
headlines.
difference between a tariff and a licensing fee, functionally.
If the licensing fee is just to I didn't concede that. So if the licensing fee is just to recoup the cost of government services, I think that may be okay. I don't think you need to get into it. Here, the government is asserting a power which they say in their briefs to you raises $4 trillion.
So you understand the statute to permit licensing in the sense of permission. Like, we will not allow you to trade with us. We will not.
Remember, I was watching this
goods to be
TTD, seeing a
unless
quick
we
pop
license it.
following
Absolutely.
some
And
circulations
Justice
of the
Barrett, I think,
possible
like, just a
correlation
natural
between
reading, if
TTD
you're
and
to look
Netflix
at
and
the word
FLX.
licenses and think, wow, Congress smuggled this incredible power to
That's on ticker
do all of
TTD.
these
Shares
different
also
things
seeing
that the
increase of
government is doing
activity
here,
on the
39%
Netflix will roll out
taxes
new
on some
modular ad
countries and
formats
others.
globally.
Through the word license, that's
Can
a
you
tough one.
license exportation?
I don't think so, for the reason that,
Well, right now, I actually looked into this. I mean, I think you, maybe not licensing fees.
Exactly.
But could you license exportation, like saying we're not going to allow certain products that have national security implications to be exported?
Yes.
So licensing could be used in that sense,
Correct.
not as a revenue-aging measure.
Yes.
Okay. So you went back and forth with Justice Gorsuch about the implications of the president's authority over foreign affairs and whether the major questions doctrine applies. You say that in IEPA, the president's war powers are not implicated, and that was part of the reason why you say that we should think of this differently than some of the historical examples where the commander-in-chief power, war powers, were implicated. But the same language appears in the Trading with the Enemies Act, in which war powers would be implicated. So do you think the language should be, and of course that is what President Nixon relied on, so do you think that the language would be interpreted differently in that context, even though the commander-in-chief war power would be implicated?
100%, I think, would be interpreted differently. Justice Jackson.
Same regulate commerce language.
Yes, because once you're carrying over wartime precedents to peacetime for
Okay, I don't understand that then, because everybody agrees the language came, in IEPA, came from the Trading with the Enemy Act. So you're saying it as
On
one meaning,
SBUX,
Trading with
Starbucks,
the Enemy Act
Tonka
is different
unions
than
are
IEPA
planning
that same
strikes.
Regulate commerce?
No, I think that the
On November
conquered
and
territory language
November
and all that, they
13th
go
for
to the president's
SBUX.
Article 2 powers as inherent powers in conquered territory, but I don't think it gets the government where they need to go. The CAC brief and the brief by Professor Paul Stephen goes through and explains why in 1933, when Congress decided to bring these concepts into peacetime, it severed the wartime roots. And there's an extensive legislative history.
Okay, I understand that, but I thought that was about, maybe I'm just not tracking. I mean, I think there's been some discussion of whether the president would have inherent Article 2 authority in wartime to impose tariffs to this end. Is that what you're talking about? Are you actually talking about a statute that said regulate importation in wartime?
Right.
And you think it could have the tariff power conferred through that language in a war-making statute, but not in IEPA?
No, I don't think it confers it in either place. I think the president, it's located, the president's power in conquered territories, not in the Trading with Enemies Act or anything like that.
Okay, so it's
but rather
inherent constitutional
Exactly.
power coming from the law of war. Okay. And then if you win, tell me how the reimbursement process would work. Would it be a complete mess? I mean, you're saying before the government promised reimbursement, and now you're saying, oh, well, that's rich, but how would this work? It seems to me like it could be a mess.
So the first thing I'd say is that just underscores just how major a question this is. The very fact that you were dealing with this with quotas, there's no refund process to the tunes of billions of dollars or embargoes, but there is here. But for our case, the way it would work is, in this case, the government stipulated for the 5 plaintiffs that they would get the refunds. So for us, that's how it would work. Your question, I take it, is about everyone else. We don't have a class action or anything like that. With respect to everyone else, there's a whole specialized body of trade law, and it's in 19 U.S.C. 1514 outlines all these administrative procedures. It's a very complicated thing. There's got to be an administrative protest. There was a harbor management case earlier that this court was involved with in the United States Shoe, in which the refund process took a long time. There were any number of claims and equitable relief.
So a mess.
So it's difficult,
Okay.
absolutely. We don't deny that it's difficult, but I think what this court has said in the McKesson case in 1990 is that serious economic dislocation isn't a reason to do something. Northern Pipeline, you guys stayed your decision for a while in order to let the congressional process unfold. There may be a congressional process here as well. You may be able to also be that this court could limit its decision to prospective relief under the John Q. Hammonds case. So there's lots of possibilities.
Justice
Oh, it's good
Jackson?
to make coffee.
So I think I read
That's funny.
Algonquin differently than Justice Kavanaugh. When I look at its analysis, it absolutely does a textual review, but then it says, quote, turning from Section 232's language to its legislative history, again, there is much to suggest that the president's authority.
It's funny because they already do make the coffee. They just don't hand it to the customer.
And I appreciate that perhaps that factor is no longer in vogue, but did you look into the legislative history here to determine whether there is anything that supports the conclusion that Congress actually intended for this IEPA statute to allow or authorize the president to impose these tariffs?
I did, and if I blinked, I would miss it because it was virtually nothing. And in fact, both page 2 of both the House and Senate report outline all of the powers that are given under IEPA, and none of them have tariff. There's one brief mention of tariff in the legislative history, but nothing else. And by the way, IEPA passed by voice vote. It was, there was not controversial. We don't deny IEPA as a big, major statute, but the question is, did it authorize tariffs? One of the most contested things since our founding.
And you say there's nothing in the legislative history to suggest it. Now, to the extent that Congress did authorize the president to do something, that those verbs are there, that the Congress was giving the president some authority, do you see a theme connecting those verbs? What was Congress trying to do? And let me just say that I see in the Senate report, which I mentioned earlier, that Congress says that it was trying to give the president the authority to, quote, control or freeze property transactions where a foreign interest is involved. And that seems to dovetail with the verbs that are being used in the statute, but what's your view of what Congress was trying to do with this legislation?
That's exactly right. They're responding to all sorts of foreign policy emergencies and foreign threats, and they're giving the president economic sanctions power.
So what does the word regulate importation do under that framework? If we understand that Congress was trying to give this kind of embargo authority in the time of an emergency, when it says regulate importation, what was it envisioning?
It was envisioning all the things that the presidents since 1977, going back to Justice Kavanaugh's question, have used it for. So they've used it for quotas, like limitations on the number of goods. They've used it for screening and reporting requirements, like Executive Order 12284 about reporting property of the Shah. And they've used it for standards, like domestic safety standards, environmental standards, labor requirements. They've used it for embargoes. So all of those are things that I think Congress had in mind in IEPA, and I think the proof of this, that it's not this massive statute that allows the government to do anything, is Dames and Moore itself, because this court rejected the idea that regulate includes the claims extinguishment that was at issue in that case. It's a much more limited statute. And Justice Jackson, there was a predecessor, Justice Jackson, who said, that, quote, for all its defects, delays, and inconveniences, men have discovered no technique for long preserving free government except that the executive be under the law and that the law be made by parliamentary deliberations. Such institutions may be destined to pass away, but it is the duty of this court to be last, not first, to give it up. And I take it my friend's argument on the other side is
oh, we're finally freaking green. Finally freaking green today. I got a couple sauce packets I can pack with my little lunch today. Oh my gosh. SPUX, is it moving off of that? Nah.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. I'd like to begin by picking up with the exchanges with Justice
They
Barrett
moved
and
X
Justice
to
Gorsuch
question some
about
low
licenses
showing
and license
JP. He doesn't have
fees.
control rates. Oh, fantastic.
I think we ended on the right note, but I just wanted to make sure that
Change
at
two of
least
those.
my client's position is clear on this. Licenses are different from license fees. And I am not aware of any history in the 5 decades that IEPA has been in force of any fees charged for the licenses under this statute.
Glad I've worked for 4 hours today for $24. It's fantastic.
The president might ban certain transactions with a foreign country, but then grant licenses to do them for humanitarian reasons. But as far as I'm aware, there's never been a fee charged for
Walmart
that.
Canada.
And I do welcome the court's questions. But I think I just want to make absolutely clear.
I think the question is, what does or otherwise do?
Well, or otherwise could be of things like instructions or licenses, but again, it's fundamentally having something that is a revenue-raising measure, or even that is just an exaction of some sort, is fundamentally, categorically different from what we understand instructions and licenses to be involved. Just like we think regulate doesn't carry the financial connotation, given the other verbs there. If I could turn to some of the 19th century history that we were discussing as well, because I think there may be a little bit more to add there. The 19th century cases about the president's inherent Article II authority to, with respect to, in a wartime, with respect to importation is not the power to impose tariffs.
Members on this ZVIA, not seeing too much action, but we are seeing a little volume move following a tweet out by the company. Says big news for our Canadian friends. Our refreshingly simple sodas now on shelves at Walmart Canada.
This is
ZVIA.
That's trade
Seen a
exchange.
little volume on the name.
For those who've never heard trade exchange before, that's what trade exchange is. I read it on trade exchange. Print media first, and then I followed up with the Squawk.
Fees, but they were export fees. They were fees that were being imposed on the exportation of cotton from the occupied South into the North. And so I don't think any of that provides authority for...
It's a little interesting here on Dick, because we broke the high here, did nothing. Broke the high here, did nothing. So, wow, Rivian breaking through 15.
So you agree, I assume, given all the verbs on this list, that the president could do something like just shut down all trade between us and, say, China, right?
Yes, I mean, there are other limitations.
Okay, so doesn't it seem, and I think this is one of the points that Algonquin makes, and I think it's a point that Justice Kavanaugh was making, doesn't it seem then, I mean, I don't want
Thanks to Pope.
Lesser power, lesser included
inflation adjusted, that's like a quarter sauce packet.
Congress would want the president to use something that was less, weaker medicine than completely shutting down trade as leverage to try to get a foreign nation to do something?
And the president can in the form of, for example, quotas. But what makes an embargo or quotas fundamentally different from tariffs, as my friend has already explained, is the revenue-raising aspect of that. That makes it a far more significant power. It creates an additional danger of overuse. And I think the other point, as Justice Jackson was pointing out, is that it cedes control over whether the transaction occurs from the government to the individuals engaging in this transaction. And that is not what IEPA is intended.
What makes something
Still DP trying for that high day push.
Raise money.
So close.
It's going to be kind of one-to-one. This is exactly what it costs. I mean, it might raise some surplus. It might raise some extra. So is it the purpose? If the purpose of the fee or the tariff is to raise money, is it the purpose that makes it revenue raising, or is it just the fact of surplus created that goes to the Treasury? Like, how do we decide this?
Yes, I think it's the effect. And to be clear, I think there would be a serious difficulty with interpreting any of these words, even to allow revenue neutral exactions here, because none of them, and again, as far as I'm aware, IEPA has never been used in that way. But I don't
Not even a processing fee?
I am not aware of any use of that sort of under IEPA. But even if that is permissible, I think that's permissible precisely because it doesn't have the effect of raising revenue.
Mr. Katyal referred to common sense several times, and I want to pick up on Justice Barrett's question because your interpretation of the statute, as she pointed out, would allow the president to shut down all trade with every other country in the world, or to impose some significant quota on imports from every other country in the world, but would not allow a 1% tariff. And that leaves, in the government's words in its brief, an odd donut hole in the statute. Why would a rational Congress say, yeah, we're going to give the president the power to shut down trade?
I wonder if this sentence changes polymarket right now.
That power's in there.
Yeah.
On Circle, comments out by Senator Loomis says, after discussion with Circle, I'm glad they now allow legal firearm purchases using a stablecoin. More color on that in the news desk. That's on.
Is that what you were talking about earlier?
CRCL.
Donut hole, it's a different kind of pastry.
And on that power, that's a good one. On that power, though, and you've said this many times, and Mr. Katyal too, and look, I get this, obviously, but the court has repeatedly said a tariff on foreign imports is an exercise of the commerce power, not of the taxation power. And I'm repeating.
Thought that was going to be bigger news than that. Rivian is really impressive here on that 15 break.
And we've said that quite a bit of time, which seems to at least undermine a bit your point that it's an entirely different power, because if it is foreign commerce power, it's the same power that Justice Barrett was talking about.
I'm looking at it. It's on my watch list. It's just kind of chilling right now. I don't like those high day breaks. They didn't do anything. So I feel like we need a cuck here to show us that there's support.
I mean, I think all of us agree that context is what matters here, and that you certainly could use
Beta here, though. Cuck can go 5 minute.
to talk about a tariffing power, like you could use it to talk about a taxing power.
It's a tough one, man. That spreads are
For
rough.
regulatory purposes as well. But the federal government hasn't identified a single other federal statute that uses the term regulate to authorize tariffs or taxes. That is just a different kind of power.
And I thought your point in response to Justice Kavanaugh, it's a different kind of power because the power that's being authorized by this statute is the power to control or freeze trade.
That's
what Congress was getting at. And so if that's
There's
true,
the break.
then we have to read regulate in that context.
That's exactly right. And I think the reason, getting back to common sense as to why a legislature might authorize that, is that you might not fear abuse of that power in the same way that you would be concerned about abuse of a power to impose unlimited taxes with sort of no controlling principles.
Well, why is that? Because, I mean, there is a sort of commonsensical intuition that one is, in Justice Kavanaugh's example, that one is greater and one is lesser. So why is that not right?
Because, to be blunt about it, there's nothing. One of them, there's something in it for the government, and one of them there isn't.
There's that 5 minute cuck we were talking about on Dick.
From the pockets of taxpayers to the Treasury pose a different set of concerns. Our framers were very concerned about that.
A different set of concerns. How? Why?
Because
an RDDT, Reddit, and Kick added to Australia's social media ban as deadline looms, but critics are increasingly concerned.
Different category.
Because if
Reddit and Kick is banned.
This article out by Tech Radar.
The appropriate way to deal with it is to make sure that no more than 1,000 of this product comes into this country at a particular time. This statute gives the president the power to ensure that exactly no more than 1,000 come in at this time. Setting a tariff doesn't ensure
You with a
will come into this country. It cedes
bit of a price compression here.
And what it does is it then
Sorry.
adds revenue to the Treasury, and that is again something that our framers thought was extremely important and a core Article 1.
But Algonquin, I mean, this kind of goes back to Justice Kavanaugh's point. Algonquin rejects the idea that it was impermissible to use the fees, and we can call them, license fees.
5 minute
that
cock.
functioned as tariffs or duties in that case, whatever. But Algonquin said that Congress
Immediate
could
nothing.
use the exaction of money to control quantity. And I hear what you're saying is like, well, you can control quantity by numbers by imposing hard limits, but not by money. But that's not what Algonquin said. So I guess.
Oh no.
Why?
Well, and I don't mean to.
Oh yeah, do that. Just do that.
I think Algonquin just shows the importance of context. It might be perfectly natural to read a phrase like
Where did it go?
Imports in the context of a statute that talks about.
Oh, so much for sauce packets.
Of the Trade Expansion Act that has all sorts of provisions about tariffs and about the president adjusting tariff rates. It might be perfectly natural in that context to read a phrase like adjust the imports to be referring to changing tariff rates. It's just as unnatural to read a phrase like regulate importation to discuss that when the statute.
I'm just getting freaking dick today. I'm getting so.
Otherwise mention tariffs at all.
And Algonquin imposing tariffs is do you think that just blocking all trade is a bigger deal than imposing
Shut up,
a
Cheese.
1% tariff across the board?
I think it would be
Back to red.
It is just a different kind of deal.
Algonquin was not a constitutional case, right?
Correct.
It was a statutory interpretation case.
Correct.
And so the question there was simply, was Congress actually trying to give, or did Congress in that statute give the president the authority to impose these kinds of exactions? And the court looked at the text, and it looked at the legislative history in which there was
Big cuck and go potential here.
that Congress had actually intended to do that.
Yes, yes, and it looked not just at the text of those
And
specific
spreads.
words, but
Thank you,
also
Luke. I
the
needed that.
context of what else was
Also, what
included
I need is to see ETH absolutely juicing right after I sold yesterday. Like a
And it
bitch.
would make perfect sense, I think, in a time of emergency for the many of the reasons that General Sauer pointed out, that Congress would want the president to have the kind of authority that is imposed when you are embargoing things, when you are stopping the trade, when you are saying, you know, for emergency reasons, we're not letting any of this product come in. I mean, sure, that's a big deal, but the nature of it makes sense in terms of an emergency.
I have no idea, Fresh.
What you're saying is that the
I just
idea
stopped
that the
out.
government
It was a
would
low
use
day
its
move
authority to be raising
some point.
revenues in this situation is a different kind of.
And then it juiced.
Exactly. This is a statute about giving the president control over assets, over transactions, over access to banking.
And tariffs don't do that. You said
That's
something about
exactly
tariffs
right.
tariffs in fact cede control
Exactly
over
right.
those sorts of things. So they sort of undermine the goals and the purposes of this kind of statute. Is that right?
Yes, that's exactly right.
From what you've said, go ahead. From what you've said, it seems, and you said this, that the reason for drawing a distinction between tariffs and an embargo is the suspicion that tariffs will be used to raise money and therefore to circumvent Congress's power to control taxes. So it's a question of the risk that's involved. Am I right?
Yes.
That's what it boils down to.
Yes, well, and it's a question of
I
understanding.
mean, KD, look at this daily chart.
What powers Congress would have thought it was conferring? Would Congress have understood the phrase regulated?
Well, I mean, the question is, why would Congress say you can impose a quota, you can impose a ban, but you can't impose a tariff? And your answer, I gather, is because when a tariff is imposed, we're suspect about what's going on. We're suspicious about what's going on. We think that what the government is trying, what the executive is trying to do, is to raise revenue, and that's our business. Right?
Market's bounced from where it should have.
And we know that every other time that Congress has authorized
well,
the president.
that's it. You're getting into a different argument. Then would you say the same thing if the measure is really about an emergency, an undisputed emergency, and a really dire emergency?
Yes.
There, would you have the same suspicion?
Amigos don't lie. Roger that cheese.
Yes, absolutely. And again, I'll refer back to Justice Jackson's concurrence in Youngstown that emergency powers tend to breed emergencies. Look, Biden versus Nebraska, I think, is,
TGT.
I really don't think you're answering the question. The question is,
Probably
would you have
a decent trade idea.
when it is perfectly apparent from context that what the president is trying to do is to achieve.
I really don't know why it's down, so I can't really comment on that part. It's not a bad trade idea right here.
I think what I'm trying to say is that you have to read the statute the way that Congress would have understood it when it was enacted, not how it is used in any particular case. It may be used for very good reasons in a particular case, but the question is, would Congress have understood
very strong.
itself to be ceding this power with no limits, unlike every other tariffing statute, with no limits?
I know that point. Let me ask you an unrelated question. Mr. Katyal listed some of the things that presidents have done under IEPA.
It's right freaking back up, piece of shit.
Screening imports. Do any of the other verbs in IEPA talk about could screening of imports be done under any of the other verbs in IEPA?
I think maybe, but it would have been...
Which one?
Prevent. And so I think the question would be...
Screening is preventing?
Well, I think it depends what you're screening for, but if you were...
okay, how about imposing domestic requirements that are needed to safeguard domestic safety? Any other provision besides regulate? Any other verb besides regulate that would...
Well, again, I think if we're talking about potentially blocking some property from coming into this country because of safety concern, it might be that prevent would have gotten you there. What I think regulate does is it clarifies and amplifies that you don't just, it can be nuanced in that way. It can say we will let this come in if it has certain safety requirements, if certain features have been disabled, something like that. And I think...
I hope so, Sudi. I'm sick of today.
Prevent, investigate during the pendency, block during the pendency of an investigation, those sorts of verbs.
On the context point, the context of this statute, what Congress would have understood, it's an emergency statute. And presumably Congress wants to give the president tools to respond to the emergency in an appropriate way. And it seems odd to imagine
LMND juice, and there was that breakout of that cuck and go we were talking about.
I won't name a country, but country X, and you can stop all trade with that country. I mean, I'm not sure that's a, wise policy to give that much, but it's there, right? You agree it's in this statute. But, and the president says, well, that's too extreme. I want to calibrate my response to deal with this, and maybe
This is an interesting point.
a tariff of some kind. Like, oh, you can't do that. So you're forcing the president to respond to an emergency, and
In
Justice
extremes.
Alito's raised the point about a
I
real
want to look at Poly Market.
emergency. And you're taking away the president's suite of tools when the one is much more extreme that is authorized. That just seems a bit unusual.
Still
think about
down,
India
27%
right now,
chance.
the tariff on India, right? That's designed to help settle the Russia-Ukraine war. As I
This is a very interesting point he's
don't pretend to be an
bringing up
expert.
here.
But if that's gone, that's a
It's not moving the markets, though.
designed
Poly Market
to
still says
face the most
25% chance.
serious crisis in the world, and that's
Down big.
out the window. So I just think it's just contextually emergency. It's just a bit unusual to read it that way. But I take your response. Taxation's different, and you got to stick with that line.
No, and I don't think it's just that. Because I do think it's that, but it's also that there are a range of tools that are more calibrated that the president can do. It doesn't have to be a complete embargo. It could be
GSAT
limits
moving.
on particular kinds of products. It could
Getting
be
close to that 50.
I get it, but in the history of trade efforts to respond and push back, you're taking one away.
Well, and the president, and there are many other statutes that might apply depending on the
get
exact
that.
circumstances,
Fair,
201, 301, 232.
Counsel, I
That's a good
think what
point.
we're forgetting here is a very fundamental point, which is the Constitution is structured so that if I'm going to be asked to pay for something as a citizen, that it's through a bill that is generated through Congress and the president has the power to veto it or not, but I'm not going to be taxed unless both houses, the executive and the legislature, have made that choice, correct?
That's exactly right.
So there is something, it's not just the taxing power, qua taxing power. The question is, do we permit the president to use the taxing power to affect his personal choices?
And of course, I
Is
still
good policy for me.
fucking highs.
That's exactly right. The question is who decides.
Who decides and under what circumstances? Now, with respect to this, I mean, I'm not even going to the pretext argument, okay? But the president threatened to impose
Get filled
a 10%
after the
tax
move.
on Canada
Gotta
for
love
the
it.
ad it ran on tariffs during the World Series. He imposed a 40% tax on Brazil because its Supreme Court permitted the prosecution of one of its former
Broke.
presidents for criminal
No, it didn't get filled yet. Still 61. There's the
those
fill.
may be good policies, but does a statute that gives without limit the power to a president to impose this kind of tax?
Are we gonna move here?
The word regulate.
Exactly.
That's your point.
Yes.
Thank you, counsel. Did Mr. Katyal say anything this morning with which you disagree?
No, I think we cleared up any maybe potential disagreement about licensing fees, but I think we all agree on that.
Okay. Justice Thomas? Anything further? Justice Kagan? Justice Gorsuch?
Chief. So I just want to follow up on Justice Sotomayor's question at the end of a long morning, afternoon.
Damn it.
It does seem to me, and tell me if I'm wrong, that a really key part of the context here, if not the dispositive one for you, is the constitutional assignment of the taxing power to Congress. The power to reach into the pockets of the American people
Markets are
is
juicy.
just different, and it's been different since the founding and the Navigation Acts that were part of the spark of the American Revolution, where Parliament asserted the power to tax to regulate commerce. Some of those were revenue raising, some of them didn't raise a lot of revenue. We had a lot of pirates in America at the time. And America
It was unity.
Even Parliament couldn't do that that had to be done locally through our elected representatives. Isn't that really the major questions, non-delegation, whatever you want to describe it, isn't that what's really animating your argument today?
I think it's a huge piece of what's animating our argument. Thank you.
Ms. Kavanaugh? Mrs. Jackson?
Can I just invite you briefly to address your kind of second-tier arguments, assuming that the president can impose these sorts of tariffs? Why do you think, for example, that the trafficking tariff here does not deal with the drug trafficking emergency for the purpose of this analysis?
So it doesn't deal with it because it's not a sanction imposed against traffickers. It is, if you think of it as a sanction, it is a sanction imposed against people importing lawful goods in the hope.
Doesn't that that happens all the time, right? I mean, all the other authorities indirectly provide leverage on countries
Damn
in
it.
this way.
I don't
Unity.
think so. I think that they are, the history of IEPA and even of TWIA is imposing sanctions directly on the wrongdoers. These are statutes about providing sanction authority against international actors whose behavior we want to change, and that's not what tariffs.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Counsel. Rebuttal, General Sauer?
Thank you, Mr. Chief Justice. Just 3 points. One, an interpretive point. The statutory language here is regulate importation, and again, by means of instruments, licenses, or otherwise. Their argument is that that phrase carries with it a whole host of unenumerated forms of regulation, including quotas, licenses apparently that come with fees as long as they're sort of profit neutral fees, environmental restrictions, qualitative restrictions, reports, and so forth. It's just that the one form of regulation that they would not include is tariff regulation, which of course is the quintessential, most historically tested method of regulating imports. And so that additional phrase about, by means of instruments, licenses, or otherwise, really sort of reinforces the plain meaning, the ordinary, natural meaning of regulated importation here. So when it comes to just the plain text of the statute, their argument is a donut-type argument, and it's not an argument that does justice to the statute's plain text. On the non-delegation point, Justice Gorsuch, you alluded to the founding or delegations of the Indian Commerce Power, and I just remind the court that in 1790, in July of 1790, Congress passed a statute that essentially delegated to President Washington essentially the entire scope of the Indian Commerce Power. He said you can do commerce with Indians if you have a license that you had to pay a fee for, and that will be subject to such rules and regulations as the president makes with no further guidance. So when it comes to this foreign-facing there, it's obviously analogous because it's the Indian tribes, not foreign sovereigns, but this foreign-facing situation, we have a very sort of deep and profound historical pedigree through broad delegations of the regulation of commerce, right? The foreign commerce power. And
on CHR, posted a news desk announcing a $15 million registered direct offering.
Of the arguments on the other side, and I think that Mr. Catchall started by saying tariffs are taxes. And I want to complete the answer I think I was giving to the Chief Justice when I got interrupted is if you look at these tariffs, these policies, it is clear that these policies are most effective if nobody ever pays the tariff. If it never raises a dime of revenue, these are the most effective use of this particular policy. And I said there's 2 buckets there. One is, first of all, when it comes to the trade deficit emergency, if no one ever pays the tariff, but instead they direct their consumption domestically and spur the creation of the rebuilding of our hollowed out manufacturing base, that directly addresses the crisis. It's more effective if no one ever pays the tariff. That's the point of it, really. That's a fundamental point of it. And that's one piece of these. And then as to both of them, as to both of the declared emergencies, the tariffs are an incentive, a pressure point, leverage, bargaining chip, as the court said in Dames and Moore, to get countries to change their behavior to address the foreign arising emergencies. So if you look, for example, to take a historical example, last week's trade deal with China, it unlocked access to rare earth minerals, which of course have a critical national security aspect to them, and it got China for the very first time to change its policy with respect to fentanyl precursors, which is a crucial piece of that. Those tariffs, if no one ever collects them, but the threat of imposing those tariffs gets China and our other trading partners across the world to change their behaviors in a way that addresses this, then that's the most effective use of the policy. So they're clearly regulatory tariffs, not taxes. They are not, they're not an exercise of the power to tax. They are the exercise of the power to regulate foreign commerce. And that's why the statute says regulate. It doesn't say tax, it says regulate. And for that reason, we are squarely within the tradition that I was talking about before of very broad, historically very broad delegations of the power to regulate foreign commerce to the president because he has inherent Article 2 authority in the area of foreign affairs, although not that. It has to be delegated to him, otherwise the delegation would be superfluous. And for all those reasons, we ask the court to reverse both the decisions below.
Thank you, counsel. The case is submitted.
Did it end? Very interesting. Very interesting. Wow, this had 40-30. Yep. Trump's supposed to go live at 1. That makes more sense. He knew that they'd probably be done by 1 o'clock. Follow it up with whatever. It's probably not any kind of real news. We'll see, though. That was nice. Damn it. Why did I take that? It's real nice. Oh, I can just ban imports instead. Oh, that's true. That is the rationale there. I can't tariff, but I can ban. Oh, geez, I didn't even think of that. That's a good point. Where does the 92 come from? I don't even see it. Rivian, jeez. Chill, bro. What are my thoughts? I mean, saying that there's a saying that there's a likelihood of a 10% drawdown in the next 2 years. I mean, that's almost common sense. I can't think of a year where you didn't get a 10% correction or whatever you want to call it. You know, it happens every year almost. So giving yourself a 2-year timeline, I would say it's pretty safe to say you're going to get that. Is that before or after we go up 40% or 30% in 2 years? I don't know. But I think it, yeah. I mean, this year is pretty easy to say because we had, Liberation Day. There was a little bit of a pullback there. But before that, there's been pretty big dips. I don't know how much percent that was. That was 10% right there in 2024. It's this one. This is 6. What's this one? That's 10%. That's 2023. That's 9%. That's 2023. What's this one? 8.5%. 2022. So, I mean, it's not rocket science. Almost every year you have a 10% at least. I mean, if you want to count this from top to bottom, this was a whole 2022. It's 30% pullback. What's this one? 10% twice. What is this one? Oh, this is COVID. So, I mean, it's like, I don't know. Giving yourself 2 years to say there's a 10% pullback. If they would have said 20% pullback in the next 2 years, I'd be like, okay, you have my attention a little bit. But giving yourself even a range of 10 to 20% is kind of laughable, in my opinion. It's almost like, of course we will. And almost a given with, the trade tensions and the dynamics that go with that. So, like, tell me something I don't know kind of stuff. Seems like I got what it takes to be an analysis. Yeah, hire me. I'll tell you that one. I'll tell you that much. Okay, looking for this $6 break and go. Very similar to before. Or was it? Here. Big fill and just juice. I really want to see that. MNKD. Interesting. What's the big level on this? 22, 32, 24. It's getting there. So always against options, unless hedge or selling those. Second DM today on option strats. Look at the freaking shares there. Why is he against options? He's not. Don't put him on a lie detector and ask him if he plays options. Don't do that. Bro, that needle would be doing freaking this, breaking the machine. He's like a really bad parent. Do as I say, not as I do. Turn moving again. Daily on that one's 1875. That's one to watch if we get up there. I'll bring that down. I really want to see Dick flush this because I will buy as soon as that's done. And it looks like buyers are stepping in. I feel like it's the exact same setup that we saw here. Big flush and then high day. Man, I'm hot. Damn. Yeah, so I guess we have to listen to Trump's comments today at 1 o'clock. If anybody has a link for that, whenever it comes up, let brother know. I can put my Benzinga back on. You just mute y'all. Change the job. What are you saying? Fig and wreck. Change the jumper on the back, tighten the range from 1 degree. Okay, just gonna ignore that because I have no idea what you're talking about. Put that in the old cheese is on some shit category. I'll wait about 5 minutes after he says like 3 or 4 more posts that make no sense, and then he finally tells me what he's talking about. What is this clip? You clipped it all wrong. The clip makes 0 sense. You didn't even watch it yourself. You need to watch that 40. Cosmo, good question. I think it does, though. But ChatGPT that. I'm sure it could give you the answer. Damn, Unity. Chill, brother. Get rack boots. Come on, flush this out. Look at that rebound, jeez. Department of Energy contract. Rumor, CCCX. Come on, get in the 40s here. There. Oh, 50-cent spread. What are these spreads? 30-cent spread. We back to green? Hey, oh, we got sauce packets. We got sauce packets. Beta Chuck. That was a Beta Chuck call out. CCCX, rumor of a government contract. Again, everything is like kind of rumory, worth a pop, but it doesn't really hold. So you got to play it accordingly. Do our DD. Let's see if we can find what social media is calling out here. CCCX. Gotta just pumped on LinkedIn. Okay, this is probably what he was calling out. U.S. Department of Energy has announced a $625 billion investment to advance the next phase of national quantum blah blah blah. Try to partner with Quantum Science Center to integrate blah blah blah. Supporting quantum hardware blah 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 blah. Okay, I don't. It's nothing to do with CCCX, but maybe it's just juicing because CCX has its tentacles in some of those companies. NVO. Reporting what? Novo Nordisk officials tomorrow at what o'clock? 11 a.m.? That shouldn't juice it. That's real news. 11 a.m. tomorrow. Man, I wish it would be doing better than this. So this is going to be like the Pfizer kind of thing, but NVO. How is it? News is so weird today, man. Weight loss drug news. Oh, interesting. That's huge. Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk, huh? Watch Hims. Yeah, Hims had a deal with NVO though. Actually, surprised it's not. Surprised it's not moving though. Positive. GSAT Daily Cock. All right, we're able to eat a little bit today. Why is GDRX moving on this? SLDP getting close, looking like it wants to. Ethane retrace. See, Trump announcement of weight loss drugs is scheduled for 11 a.m. tomorrow. Sources tell me the deal with Eli Lilly and Novo Nordisk officials is expected to decrease the price to less than $150 a month in certain cases. Is Novo Nordisk's drug approved yet? How is it bullish for NVO? I would imagine it's because what she said, Medicare and Medicaid would cover it. That would be huge. That means everybody and their brother's gonna freaking buy it. They make Wegovy. I thought NVOs wasn't approved yet, but like it was a foregone conclusion. Maybe I'm just wrong on that. Probably am. Psilocybin use has surged, but federal law is a major barrier to research. Study published by American Medical Association says marijuana moment. Novo Nordisk has 2 main FDA-approved weight loss drugs on the market: Wegovy and Saxenda. They also have oral version of Wegovy currently. Oh, that's what it is. The oral version. That's what it is. That's a trade-off. Cut your price and we'll give more biz. Yep, 100%. Which I think that anybody, either of those companies, would be more than happy to do. I don't get this. Oh, unless... Yeah, I don't know how to trade this one. I would feel that... Dude, once this breaks... NVO... Looks like it's headed towards the yesterday's close at the very least. Bank of Canada cutting staff. Wonder if a judge will stop it. Is that live right now, Cheese? What the hell am I looking at, Cheese? What is this? I remember. What's that guy's name? What's his name? Tony Robbins? Is that his name? American Business Forum? I remember my dad listening to that dude's tapes in the car as he's probably taking me to school or something. I don't even remember. It was like Power something. I can't remember what it was called. It was like... What was it called? Power cassette tapes. Tira made yesterday, the man he is today. What's those names? I gotta find it now. I gotta freaking find it. Tony Robb. Path headline? Driving ROI with Azure AI Foundry and UiPath intelligent agents and real-world healthcare workflows. Microsoft blog mentions Path. Personal power? I remember like I want to say the book that the cassette tapes was in was like a black background with like almost like a kind of like a Tron-like feel, but I don't know, lines that create a person. Tony Robbins, let me look. What did you say it was? Unlimited power? No. Unlimited. Let me look. No, that's not it. Power Talk? Power Talk? No, that ain't it. No. Palpatine. Let me ask ChatGPT. Give me all the I don't even know what you call these things. Things Tony Robbins sold in the 80s and 90s, specifically those on cassette tapes. WBD. December deadline. Path still juicing. Rivian trying to go here. Hi, day. Let's get over this 48.25. CCCX still moving. All right, ChatGPT. I can't remember it. I can't seem to find it, but I do remember Tony Robbins. Path is juicing off of that. Damn. Rivian going high today. We did the work for me. Oh, you got a link? Let's see. That's it. That's it. I wasn't crazy. Hot damn. You guys are good. How the hell? How the hell did you find that? Look at this. That's it. So it was personal power, just a different art. That, man, you guys found it. Holy jeez, it was a whole set. Look at him. How that person get the picture damn near center. Wow. You got a trade exchange? Nice, Georgia. Tell me how you like it. I knew there was like a digital man of sorts. Ah, man, my brain can remember some stupid stuff. And then I can't even tell you what I made trading 2 days ago. And you make me think of AIWA and high-speed dubbing. You mean when they take the rap song and they freaking go and turn it into like just an ultra slow freaking banger of a song? Is that what you're talking about? Does anyone remember that? I can't remember. There was actually a name for it. You take a rap song back in the day, you take it to a certain shop that would be able to slow it down and record it. And it would just make the voices sound lower, but also just more gangster, I guess. It was awesome. It was freaking awesome. Chopped and screwed is what y'all called it? I don't remember calling it that. I don't remember calling it that. And Rio? Oh, it'll get there. It'll get there. $30 for people pushing air. The talk boy. Yeah. I said, what's a 4825 level cavity? Yesterday's close? That's what this dotted line is on my chart, is yesterday's close. Just for future reference. If you see that dotted line, that's yesterday's close. Comes the push for it. Got it. Got 26. Take it. Take half off of the calls that I have that are up 50% cheese. Suck it. Notice he's very quiet on that one. Very quiet over there. How many disc changers was it in the room, and how many seconds of protection did you have? the most I think I ever had was 5. I remember kids these days, they have no idea. You got your Discman, and I had a Discman for a long time that had no buffer. And I remember, this is when I used to run. I would run, you'd try to run like this. Just keeping that thing still as possible. And you get so pissed because you're like perfectly holding it perfectly still, and it still would skip. And you're like, what do I got to do? I still have an old MP3 player around here somewhere. I have no idea where I put that thing. That was game changer. Sony Discman. Yeah, that's all I had was a Sony. Watch this 48 bounce. Flat on the table, it was skip. So true. This 48 needs to be defended. Otherwise, that MACD is going to probably confirm. All right, I'm out. 5-minute cuck. Good trade. Good trade. Are you going to get the Black Friday? Yes, turd. Black Friday code. I've already got an email about it. They haven't given me the code yet. Let me check up on that real quick, actually. Let's see. So we haven't gotten the Black Friday deal for new members. Existing members are going to get a. Let's see, you've got great options to consider rolling over your pro membership. $920 a year, $1,300 for 2 years, or $2,350 for lifetime. So no deal yet. It's a little early. I feel like it's usually the week of Black Friday we get something. $2,350 lifetime is nice though. Yeah, wait for the deal. At this point, if you've waited this long, wait for the deal on Black Friday. ETH just juicing. Such a bitch. I had the buy perfect. Citron saying long CCCX, short RGTI, speeds up. Okay. It's just a confirmation. And there it goes. Rivian looking like it could pop here. RIVN, flat top ish. Take that back. Interesting. Tiva, big volume break here. Jeez. NVO tight, 5 minute. Beta starting to go again. I'm gonna call it a day here. I'm gonna go run a couple errands and go get some red light and some chiropractic work as well while I'm out. So finally got freaking green. It only took a century, it felt like. So we'll call it here. We'll go raid Stocky. Looks like he's at looks like he has his microphone right next to his computer fans. That guy freaking noob. But he's at his new house, I guess, right? Go say hey to him. Market about to move one way. No, the reason why the market's about to move is because I am going to leave. That's how it works. Jeez. Remind him what ChatGPT said yesterday. I'll let you all do that. We forgot the purge today. We will have a purge tomorrow. Anyway, see you all tomorrow. Love y'all. DMs are always open. Peace out, everybody.